Hello friends! Today we are gonna complete the full-stack school management application using Next.js. When we first visit the website, we have to log in, otherwise we won't be able to access the dashboard, because all these pages are protected. In the application, we have 4 different user roles: admin, teacher, student, and parent. For each role, there are different dashboards and limitations. Let's log in as an admin. This is the admin dashboard, and we'll fetch all this data from the database. Using this component, we can change the date and we can see the events scheduled for that specific day. Here we have the announcements, and on the menu we can see all the list pages: teachers, students, parents. And for the list pages, we'll implement pagination, which will improve the page speed and decrease the number of database requests. We'll also implement a search functionality, and for each table, we'll be able to search through different columns. We can search for the subject name, the teacher name, or the class name. As an admin, we can see all the pages, we can delete items, update them, or we can create a new item. In the form components, we'll be using React Hook Form, and you'll see how easy it is to validate inputs without causing unnecessary re-renders. Let's create a teacher. We also have a single teacher page where we can see all the details and teacher's lessons. We can update the user information, and here there are some shortcuts that open the related list page with custom filters applied. So you'll learn how to fetch data using search params. Let's log out and log in as a teacher. On the dashboard, we can see all our lessons. As you realize, we don't have all the items on the menu, and even if I try to reach them, I'll be redirected to the home page because we'll be using Next.js middleware to protect routes based on user roles. There are no action buttons anymore, and we cannot add or change the items except for the exams, assignments, and results, because we can see here only our items, not other teachers. Let's log in as a student. We can see here the class schedule, and right now we have only a few items here, and on the list pages we'll see only our data. And as a parent, again, we'll be able to see the children's schedules, their exams, results, and events. For this tutorial, we'll be using Postgres, but you can choose any database you want because we'll be using Prisma ORM. So it doesn't matter which database you are using, the syntax will be the same. We'll also use Docker, and you'll learn how to create and deploy any database or any application in just 5 minutes. After creating our application, we'll deploy it using Hostinger. As you know, it's the hosting sponsor of the channel, and I create applications with different technologies every month using Hostinger, and for this project we'll be using VPS hosting. But don't worry, you won't have to deal with any configuration. Hostinger installs everything you need in a minute. And all these servers are super fast because they use the latest NVMe SSDs and one of the most powerful CPUs. So you can deploy all your applications and websites on a single server. Let's choose the most popular one, and if you use the link in the description and LlamaDev coupon code here, you'll get an extra discount. After purchasing, you are ready to set up your server. Let's choose a location. You can install any of these control panels, but for this tutorial I'll just install Docker because I also want to deploy my database server. Let's give the server password and finish the setup. It's gonna take a while, and after that it will be ready to deploy your applications. So if you are ready, let's create our app and database and deploy them here. Okay, this is our previous Next.js application which has all the UI designs. And in this tutorial, we are going to build the backend. If you didn't watch the previous tutorial, I highly recommend you watch it first, because it's not only HTML and CSS. We created here reusable table, we used this calendar library, and we created all these animated charts. And most importantly, we created this form component that shows different forms for each list. And inside the forms, we used React hook form and the Zod validation. Of course, we are going to take care of here from scratch because we will have the database schema. But anyway, we learned tons of different things in the previous lesson. But if you still want to skip that video, you can find the entire source code in the last video description. Just visit this GitHub repository, copy this link, and clone this project. After cloning, just install the libraries by writing npm install. And after installing dependencies, you can run your application. Npm run dev. Okay. But before creating the backend, let me show you the main structure of the application. I'm going to create here my Next.js application. And inside our application, we have three main elements. We have the app router, the components, and server actions. In the previous lesson, we designed our pages inside the app folder, and we designed our form components inside the components folder. And right now, using these pages and forms, we'll be able to fetch or change the data. To do that, we are going to need a database. Let me create somewhere here. I'll say database. And using the pages, we'll fetch data from the database. For example, on the admin page, we will fetch all this chart data, and for the list pages, we'll fetch all these items. So let's say data fetching, which means get requests. And when we want to delete any item, or when we want to add a new item, we are going to be using these forms, and we are going to call the server actions. And it's going to connect to our database and mutate the data. So it can be a post, update, or delete request. This is important because I see some people try to fetch data in the server actions, but just don't do that. Server actions are for the mutation. If you want to fetch data, use your server components. And for all these database operations, we'll be using Prisma ORM. So first, we are going to connect to Prisma and we will make the requests, and it will take the requests and send them to our database. It will get the answers and return the responses. In this case, doesn't matter which database you are using, the syntax will be the same. So you can use here your favorite database, but for this tutorial, we'll be using Postgres because it was the most desired database in the previous video's comments. So you can write what projects you want to see in the next tutorial. I'm gonna read all of your comments. Okay, here is gonna be CRUD operations. And right now we can design our database schema. To do that, let's use this AI tool, so it's gonna be easier. Let's move this here, choose the relationship, and write here what we want to create. Create a school management app database schema. There will be admin and teachers. Each teacher can have multiple subjects, lessons, and classes. And in each class, there will be students. A student has a parent, grade, class, exam or assignment results, and attendance. Parents can have multiple children. Each grade has multiple students and classes. Each class has a grade, a supervisor, which is a teacher, multiple students, and lessons. A lesson has a class, subject, teacher, multiple exams and assignments. And each exam and assignment has a result. In the attendance table, the student will be present or absent for the given lesson. Okay, you can give more details, but let's generate. It's creating our schema. And it's ready. Let's see what we have. As you can see, a same subject can belong to different teachers, and using those subjects, we'll be able to create different lessons. Here is important because for different classes, we'll give different lessons but the same subject. Let's say Jane and John are history teachers, but Jane is going to class 1A and John is going to class, let's say 2B, for example. And inside the class, we'll have the supervisor, which is a teacher. We'll have the students. Each student has a parent, but a parent can have different children in the same school. Attendance list. The status will be absent or present. So we can keep track of this student for each lesson. And also we can create exams and assignments for different lessons. And they are going to have this result table, which includes the exam or assignment ID, user ID, and the score. So this was pretty accurate. Of course, we are going to add some more fields like student surname, email, phone, but they are not our concern right now because the important part is the relationships. If you want to enter something different, just double click, choose the code, and add here whatever you want to add. And it's type. This is how it works. And you can check the relationships. And this is the main structure of our application. So let's install Prisma and create our database. And after that, I'm going to show you the authentication part. Firstly, I'm going to open prisma.io. Let's get started. Let me zoom in. And let's choose our database. These are just examples. You can choose pretty much everything. And we already have our application. Let's install Prisma. I'll open my terminal. npm install Prisma. And after that, we are going to initialize using npx prisma init. And as you realize, it created here a new folder called Prisma, and inside we have the schema. Provider is the database provider, and here we are going to have the connection URL. Let's check the env file. As you can see, it added this database URL. For now, we don't have any database, but we are going to create. It can stay like that. So let's see how to create tables using Prisma. I'm going to close here and connect to database. Okay, we are going to take care of this later. And this is how we are creating our database tables. We will say model, the table name, and inside we will write our fields. ID, title, description, or whatever it might be. And here is going to be their types, can be integer, string, boolean, or any other table type. And finally, if there is any specific requirements, we are going to write them here. For example, if we say ID, it's going to assign this as a unique primary key. And by default, it's going to use auto increment, That means when we create a post, we don't have to specify any ID. It's gonna increase automatically. Or if you say default now, it's gonna get the current date. You can give here any limit. You can say it will be unique or required. When we create, you are gonna understand better. So let's come back and create our first table. I'm gonna close this menu. Let's also close here. And I will say model. And the first one will be admin. I'm gonna create an ID string and I will say ID. And also we are gonna have the username, which is string, and it's gonna be unique because we are gonna be using this username when we log in. And after that, let's create student. Actually, I'm gonna create all my models here. I'll say teacher, parent, grade, class, subject, lesson, exam, assignment, result, and attendance. Let's see if we have something else. Okay, I forgot events and announcements. Let's create them. Okay, I can delete them. And let's create our fields. Again, we are gonna have the ID and username. Let's copy this. Additionally, I'm gonna add here the student name, which is a string, surname, email, but it's not gonna be required, so I'm gonna put here a question mark. And it's gonna be the same. I will add address. It's gonna be required. Let's create image. Again, not required. We can add this later. We'll have the blood type, string, and I'm gonna add the user sex. But we are gonna have only two options, male or female. So instead of writing here string, let's create enum. And I will say it's gonna be male or female. Let's use this here. Okay. By the way. Okay. Let's comment them out for now to prevent any error. What else we are gonna need? We are gonna need the created at date. Its type will be a date time, and by default we are gonna get the current date. So I will say now. And finally we can write our relationships. The first one will be parent. Let's create our parent here. I'll say ID username. Actually we are gonna need all of them. And created at time. We don't need these. And remember, each student has a parent, but a parent can have multiple students. So I will say students, and it's gonna be student array. So we'll be able to add here multiple students. In this case, we are gonna pass here the parent, and its type will be parent. But we have to add here our relationship. It's gonna check the fields, find the parent ID, and this ID will be exactly the same ID in the parent model. So I will say references, and here is gonna be ID. Let's create this parent ID here. It's gonna be string, and that's all. This is how we are creating relationships. What about teacher? I'm gonna open. We are gonna need all of them. I will just copy and paste. And inside, remember, we can have multiple subjects. is going to be subject array. Let's open here and let's say ID. For users, I'm going to be using ID string, but for the others, I'm going to be using integer because we are going to need this string after the authentication. But for the other items, we don't need that. I'll say ID, and by default, it's going to be auto increment. Let's write the subject name, like history, math, or whatever it might be, and it's going to be unique. And as I said, each subject can have multiple teachers. So I will say teachers, teacher array. And as you can see, there is no error anymore. And also each subject has different lessons. Let's create. Again, ID and name, but this time it doesn't have to be unique. And if you remember our application, let's open the student page. We have the lesson schedule here. We are going to have 5 days from Monday to Friday. And also each lesson has the starting time and the ending time. So let's say day, but again, I'm going to create my options here. Let's say day, and it's going to be Monday to Friday. Okay, let's use it here. And they are going to have the start time. It's going to be date time and end time. Let's write our relationships. I will say subject ID. And let's say subject, the subject model, and I'm going to write my relation. We are going to check the fields, find the subject ID, and it's going to be exactly the same ID in the subject model. Just like that. And also they are going to have the class ID. Let's open this. I'm going to give the name and ID. Actually, it's going to be unique. And I'm going to add the capacity. It's going to be integer. And let's write the relations. I'll say lessons, lesson array. And here, let's do exactly the same thing for the class. So I'll say class ID. Class will be class table, and the field will be class ID. And also each lesson has a teacher, because remember, in the subject we are going to have multiple teachers, but for the lesson we are going to have different teachers. Again, the same thing. Let's select all of them and say teacher, and here is going to be teacher table. Let's add our lessons. Okay. And if you remember, we have the supervisor for each class. Well, let's say supervisor ID is going to be string, and supervisor is going to be a teacher, and I'm going to add my relation. We are going to get this ID and compare this with this ID. In this case, I can use my classes here. And that's all, I think, for the teacher. Let's add the class for the student, because each student belongs to a specific class. So let's say class ID integer, and the class will be class. And let's write relation. You know how to do that. We are going to check this ID and compare this with the class ID. Let's add the student here in the class. Students, student list. Of course, it's a table. And by the way, there is something wrong here. Because I said integer, it's going to be string. Remember, for the users, we are using string. And let's open this grade. Each grade has an ID and level. It depends on the school. In our example, we are going to have grades from 1 to 6. If you want to do it for the high school, you can increase the level. And we are going to have here the students and classes. Let's add them quickly. It's going to be great. Let's copy this and paste for the class here. Okay. What else we are going to need? We are going to need the exam and assignments. Let's give the ID. And they are going to have the title, which is a string. And for the exam, we are going to have the start and end time. And for the assignment, we are going to have the start date and the due date. Because the duration of the exam is just 1 hour or 2, but for assignments, it can be 1 week, 2 weeks, and each exam and assignment has a lesson. Relation, fields, lesson ID, and the lesson ID in the lesson table. Let's do the same thing here and add them inside the lesson. Exams and assignments. And each exam and assignment has a result. Let's copy this and I'll say score. It's going to be integer. And let's add this here and here. Just like that. I'm going to add my relation. And I will do the same thing for the assignment. Okay. What about here? We are going to have a unique ID and the date. And remember, for each lesson, we are going to check the status of the student. So let's say status, and it's going to be Boolean. So if it's true, it's going to be present. If it's not, it's going to be absent. Actually, let's write here present. It will be easier to understand. And I'm going to add here my student and lesson. Remember, this is a user, so I'm going to be using string. And one more. And it's going to be lesson. Let's add this to student and lesson. I will copy this and paste inside the student. And also we are going to have the results. When we get an exam or assignment, we will be able to see the result. And I'm going to add it here. And again, there is a warning because here is going to be string. And here is going to be integer. And let's create event and announcement. Let's copy this. They are going to have the title, string. They are going to have a description. Again, string. Let's remember again. As you can see, this is our event. This is our announcement. They all have the titles, descriptions. For the announcement, we are going to have this date. And for events, we are going to have the starting and ending dates. And there is something important here. We can have general events and announcements, but also specific events and announcement to a class. So when we log in as a student, we are going to see all the general events and also our class events. Let's come back. I will say class ID. I will say relation. Fields will be class ID. And here is going to be ID. But as I said, it can be general also, so I will say not required. Let's add them into class. Events. Okay. And I'm going to add here the start date and end date. And here is going to be only date. Okay, let me check again. By the way, we can remove here admin ID, username, all these fields, teacher. By the way, we can add here unique email and phone for the student. And same thing here. Actually, it's going to be required, so we can call the parent. Grade level. Here is going to be integer. By the way, for the result, I'm going to add here question mark. Because it can belong to an exam or assignment. Events and announcements. Okay, we can save, and if there is something wrong, we can come back and fix it. So right now we can save the changes into our database. To do that, you have many options like creating a local database or using a cloud database provider. But since you have to pay for those providers, or even if they have free options, they are really limited. Let's build our own database using Docker. I'm using Docker because it's easy to use on a local machine, and also it's really easy to deploy applications and databases to virtual servers. I know some of you are hesitating to use Docker because you think it's difficult or has a big learning curve, but that's not true. It's easy, it's consistent, secure. So if you don't have Docker installed on your device, just visit docker.com and download it here. And after that, you are gonna need to create an account. And finally, you are ready to build your first container. Let's come here and search for Postgres. And as you can see, this is the default Postgres image, which has been downloaded over 1 billion times. So we can trust this image. Let's run. I'm gonna open my settings. And let's give a name for this container, Postgres. The port number will be 5432. Since we run Docker on our computer, it's gonna run on localhost and this port number. But when we deploy our application, it's gonna run on the server port. And we are gonna add here our variables. Firstly, I'm gonna add the database user, Postgres underscore user. Let's say llamadev. Here is gonna be password. Let's write anything. And one more. And it's gonna be the database name. And let's say school. I'm gonna run, but before I'm gonna check again. Postgres user, password, and DB. Okay, let's run. And as you can see, it's running on this port number. Right now we can use our connection string. Remember, it's inside the env file. So I'm gonna come here and say the username, which is llamadev, llama from 1 to 6. Here is gonna be localhost. And let's say the database name, which is school. I'm gonna save. And let's see how to save our changes into this database. I'm gonna open up the Prisma documentation. And as you can see, to map your data to database schema, you need to run Prisma migrate. And you can give it a name here. So whenever you make any changes, you can see your migration. I'm gonna copy this, open my terminal, and paste here. And that's all. Let's open our menu. And inside the Prisma folder, it created another folder. And inside, there is an SQL file. And as you can see, it created all our tables, their relationships. So when you don't use a schema like Prisma, you have to write all this code from scratch. But thanks to Prisma, we don't have to. And also it has an awesome interface that we can see our tables. I'll say npx Prisma Studio. Let's visit this localhost page. And as you can see, all these tables are here. So whenever we add an item inside our models, we are gonna see them here. And also we can add a new item here. Just like that. Right now we have one item inside the admin table. And also you can come here and delete. So we can see all the changes here. It's gonna be really useful. And right now let me show you how to fetch data using Prisma. To do that, you can come here and create some data for each table, but it's gonna take really long. To prevent this, you can use my seed file. Let me copy and paste inside Prisma. And as you can see, when we run this main function, it's gonna create 2 admins, 6 grades, 6 classes. There's an error here because we don't have the Prisma client. We are gonna create, don't worry about that. As you can see, we are gonna have some example subjects, teachers, and other items. But how we are gonna run this file? Let's come back and search for seed. And as you can see, we can run it manually by writing prisma-db seed. And if we say prisma migrate reset, it's gonna reset our database, and after it's gonna run our seed. This is the example. But there is something important here. Inside the package.json, we have to add this part. And also we are gonna need this dependency. Let's open package.json. Add this somewhere here. And also, we already have TypeScript and types not. I'm just gonna copy this. Let's terminate this studio for now. And I will say npm install development and ts not. And after that, when using Next.js, we should add it just like that. So let's change it. Okay. Of course, there is a problem because I tried to edit this page after installing this dependency. Let's add it again. And after that, I'm gonna use this command, but before, let's come back and let's see how to create Prisma client. We are gonna need this library. Basically, when we make any request like fetching data, adding new item, updating or deleting, we are gonna be using Prisma client, the model name, and here is gonna be create, delete, update, find, or whatever it might be. And inside we are gonna add the data or the requirements. Let's create this, and after you are gonna understand better. I'm gonna install this dependency. And after that, we are gonna initialize this Prisma client, and using this Prisma, we'll be able to make the CRUD operations. I'm gonna add it here. And inside the source folder, remember we have the library. And inside, let's say prisma.ts, and I will say export const prisma new Prisma client. But if you do that, whenever you call Prisma, it's going to generate a new Prisma client in the development mode. To prevent this, we are going to change our file. As you can see, in development, it initializes Prisma client for each hot reloading. To prevent this, we are going to create only one Prisma client and save it to global this. And if we want to connect again, we are going to check if the Prisma client already exists or not. If we already have, we are going to use it. If we don't have, we are going to create a new one. But again, this is only for the development. For the production, we are not going to have any problem. So let's change here. We set export default Prisma, so we can use it anywhere we want. So let's use the seed. I'll say npx prisma db seed. By the way, there is something wrong. Okay. Okay, we don't have here the supervisor ID. Let's check our schema. And as you can see, supervisor is required. If I make this question mark and reset my database, npx prisma migrate reset. I'll say yes. And seed command has been executed. If you have any problem here, you can delete this .next folder and reset your application, because Next.js caching system is a big problem, as you know. Time to time you have to delete this folder, and if you don't have any problem, you are gonna see this text. And after, let's open up the studio, Prisma Studio, I'm gonna refresh, and all our items are here. As you can see, we have 50 students. Each has different parents and lessons, subjects, and teachers. They all are here. So right now, let's see how to fetch data using Prisma. And after learning how to fetch data, we can reset our database and create our own data using the forms. Okay. Let's start with these teachers. I'm gonna come here, close everything, and here. And I will open my teachers page. It's inside list, teachers, and page. And if you remember, we created here a teacher type, but since we have the teacher table in the schema, we don't need this anymore. Instead, we are going to take our types using this schema. Let's move this here. I'm going to make this smaller. Okay, teacher model is here. I'm going to scroll down and change this type. As you can see, it comes from Prisma client. Let me show you, it's here. But there's a problem here. Firstly, let me fix this small problem. It's gonna be image. And if it doesn't exist, I'll say use noavatar.png. Let me check, by the way, if we have or not. Okay, we didn't use this in the previous tutorial. Let me just copy and paste. Again, you can find it in the GitHub repository. If you remember, our image is not required. So if we don't have any image, we are going to be using this PNG file. Let me close this menu. And here is going to be username. Okay, there is no problem with phone or address. But as you can see, subjects doesn't exist in teacher because the subject is another table. This line just represents the relationship between teacher and subject. It doesn't mean that we have a subject array in the teacher table. This is just a relation. So when we use the type teacher, it's going to take only those items. If you want to add additional informations, you have to add it here, like take the teacher and also add subjects, and its type will be subject array. As you can see, we don't have any problem anymore, and I can do the same thing for the classes. But instead of writing them here, let's create our type. I'll say teacher list is going to be teacher type and also subjects and also classes. And again, I'm going to import this from Prisma client. Let's use it right now. And we don't have any problem anymore. I'm going to save. And we can also move this render row to outside of our component. Just like that. So it's going to be much clearer. And right now we can fetch our data. I'll say const teachers. We are going to be using Prisma. That comes from our library. And I'll say the teacher table. And we can find all the teachers we have. There are many options here. You can find the first item. You can find a specific teacher. Or here, if you say find many, it's gonna fetch multiple teachers. Of course, we are fetching data. It should be await. In this case, our server component should be async function. And let's see what we have inside. I'll say console log and teachers. Of course, it's going to be multiple, so let's say teachers. Let's open our terminal. I'll refresh the page, and as you can see, all teachers are here. So we can change our data. If you remember, we were using here this temporary data. Right now, we are going to be using teachers. Let's actually say data, and I'm going to pass this here. Right now, we are going to have a problem, as you can see, because inside subjects and classes, because as I said, the teacher table includes only these fields. These are the relationships. If you want to add the related tables, you can come here and write your condition. I'll say include subjects will be true and classes will be true. Let's open our terminal again. I will scroll down. Right now we have the subjects and classes, but in our table, we want to show their names here. Let's remember what's inside the subjects. As you can see, there is a name, we can use it. And also inside class, again, there is a name. So let's use them here. So I will say teacher subjects.map. And for each item inside, we are going to return the subject name. Actually, let's say subject. And after returning names, finally, I can separate them using join. So I can do the same thing for the classes. Map for each class, return the class name, and join. Of course, this name is reserved, so we shouldn't use class. Let's say class item. Okay, let's see right now. And perfect. As you can see, teacher name, email, teacher ID, which is username, their subjects, and some of them don't have classes, but it doesn't mean they don't have any lessons. Remember, it just represents the classes that the teacher is a supervisor. But since we have 6 classes and they already have supervisors, they are going to be empty. So this is how we are fetching data. So what about the pagination? Let's say we want to see here only 10 items. In this case, we are going to see only first 10 items here, and those items will be on the second page. If you remember, we have the pagination component. Let me close here and here. And right now, using this component, we are going to show here the page number. We will be able to change the page, but to do that, we are going to need the current page number. By default, it's going to be 1. If we have more items, when I click here, the page number will be 2. And to store this number, you don't need to use statehook or any state management tool. You can directly store it in the URL. So in this case, the page will be 1. And when I click here, it's going to be 2. And using this page ID, we are going to fetch different items. Firstly, I'm going to take first 10 items. So I can come here and say, take only 10 items. As you can see, there are 10 items right now. But if I make it page 2, we are going to fetch the second 10 items. But how we are going to reach to this number? It's really easy. If you are using Next.js, you can directly get your search params. Let's write the type. It's going to be an object that includes the key and the value, which is a string again, but it's not required. It can be also undefined. Let's see what's inside. I'll say console log. And let's comment this out, open our terminal, and as you can see, our search param is here. So whatever you add here will be visible on these params. Let's try. I will also say, for example, teacher ID. Let's say 1. You can say phone, for example. If I enter, you are going to see that all these items are here. So let's destructure this page. I'll say page and the other params. That comes from search params. Of course, const. Of course, our object should end here. Okay. Right now, if we don't have any page number here, by default, it's gonna be 1. So let's say const p. If page exists, take it. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be 1. And right now, using this number, we can fetch the other page's items. To do that, we are gonna be using skip method. And right here, how many items we want to see. It was 10 multiplied by page number minus 1. And there is a problem here that because the type of the page is string, but here it should be number. So I will say if page exists, transform this into an integer. If it doesn't exist, use 1. Okay, so at the beginning, the page number will be 1. 1 minus 1 is going to be 0. 0 multiplied by any number, doesn't matter, it's going to be 0. So we are not going to skip any item at the beginning. We are going to take the first 10 items. But if the page number is 2, 2 minus 1 will be 1, multiplied by 10 equals 10. That means we are going to skip the first 10 items and we are going to take the other 10. And if the number is 3, here is going to be 2, multiplied by 10 is going to be 20. So it's going to skip the first 20 items. That means the first 2 pages, and it's going to show the next 10 items. This is how it works. But if you want to, instead of writing this number again and again for each list page here, let's import this from our library folder. I'm going to create a new file, settings or whatever you want. And I will say export const item per page. And it's going to be 10. Let's import this. Okay, it's not coming. Let's import this here. Library folder and settings. Okay, it's still the same. Let's make this 5. Okay, it works. So right now we can use our pagination component, but to decide how many pages we have, we are going to need the total number of the teachers. So if we have 10 teachers, we are going to have here 2 pages. Let's get the number of the teachers. It's really easy. I'm going to close here. And I'll say const count await prisma dot teacher and count. Let's console log. I'm gonna save, open my console, and as you can see, 15 items. You can also fetch them in a single function. Let me show you how to do that. So instead of this data, we are gonna return data and also count await, and we are gonna be using Prisma transaction method. And inside this method, we can call multiple requests. The first one will be find many, and the second one will be this count. I'm gonna delete here, and since we are using await here, we don't need to write them here, and that's all. Right now we have the data and the count. So let's pass this count and this page number to pagination component. I'll say page is going to be p and the count will be count. Let's open our component and define our type. We are going to have the page and the count. They are going to be number. Right now I can delete all these buttons. I'm going to leave only one. And I'm going to calculate the total page number. And for each page, I'm going to create this button here. To do that, we can use the array function. Array from, basically we are going to create an array here and we are going to map that array, and for each item we are going to return this button. Firstly, we are going to add here the length of the array. Let's calculate the page number. Count divided by item per page. I'm going to import 15 items. Item per page is 5. We are going to see 3 items. But if we have 16 items, for example, here is going to be more than 3. In this case, it's going to be 4. This is why we are using this math function. And we are going to get the each item. It's not important, so I'm going to be using underscore, but we are going to need the index number. And since it starts from 0, but the minimum page should be 1, let's say const page index is going to be index plus 1. And after that, I'm going to return my button. Just like that. And if you are using map, you need here a unique key, and it's going to be the index number or page index. And I'm going to also use this here. We have 3 pages, but all of them are active. So let's write here a condition. I'm going to wrap my class name just like that. So we can use JavaScript inside. And I'll say if the page equals page index, it's going to be llama sky. If it's not, it's going to be empty. And right now, only the current page is 1. But how we are going to change the page number? When I click here, we are going to decrease. When I click here, we are going to increase the number. And when I click any of these numbers, we are going to directly pass this number to the URL params. To do that, we are going to be using useRudder hook. Const rudder useRudder hook that comes from navigation. And since we are using here a hook, our component should be a client component. And also we are going to be using here click events. So we have to use a client component. And right now I'm going to create here a function, const change page. We are going to get the new page. It's going to be a number. So we are going to pass this number to our search params. But before, I'm going to fetch the existing params, const params new URL search params. And we are going to pass here window location dot search. So it's going to return all the existing params, like again page 2 teacher 1, this phone number. We are using this because when we change the page, we are going to keep the other items. We are going to change only this number. So I will say set. The page params will be new page, but it should be a string because we are taking here a number, but we are using it in our URL string. So we have to transform this. And after that, we are going to push the new params. So I will say router.push, but we are not going to change the page. We are going to take the existing one. So I'm going to be using window.location.pathname. And we are going to pass here our new params. Just like that. Let's try. I'm going to use this function here. When we click on this button, we are going to call this function and we are going to pass this page index. And right now, when I click here, as you can see, page is 3. But even if we have here different items, when I click, as you can see, it just changes the page. This is what we want. So we can do the same thing for other buttons. I'm gonna copy this, paste here. When we click on this button, we are gonna decrease the page number. And when we click on this next button, it's gonna be +1. Just like that. But there's a problem here. If I click one more, it's going to page 4. Or if I click here 5 times, it's gonna be -1. To prevent this, we should use this disable attribute. So let's come back. And I will say const has previous item per page multiply by page -1, and if it's bigger than 0. Let me write the second one, and after I'm gonna explain. Const has next item per page, again page -1 plus item per page, and it should be smaller than the count. So let's say we are on the page 1. Here is going to be 0. 0 multiplied by item per page. Here is going to be 0. And this is not bigger than 0. In this case, this button will be disabled. So I can write here my condition if we don't have previous. If we are on the page 2, here is going to be 1 multiplied by 5 is going to be 5. And it's bigger than 0. So we can turn back. And what about here? If the number is 1, here is going to be 0. And we are adding this item per page, because if the existing items plus 5 more items smaller than the total number, that means we have more page to see. But if we are on the page 3, here is going to be 2 multiplied by 5 is going to be 10. 10 plus 5, 15. But the total number is already 15. That means we cannot see the next page. This is how it works. So again, I'll say disabled. And if we don't have the next page, let's come back. As you can see, this is disabled. When I click here, it's going to be page 2, 3, and right now this is disabled, and we can turn back. Okay, this is what we want. But what about other search query? Let's open up the student page. Okay, here it should be student. Let's fix that quickly. I'm going to open students page. And when we click on this button, we are going to open up the students and the student number. Okay, anyway, if you remember, we have here some shortcuts, and when I click on this link, it's gonna open up the teachers page, but we should see the teachers only belong to this student. Let's remember our schema again. I'll scroll up, and each student has lessons, and each lesson has a class, and each class has students. By the way, here should be students. It's an array. Let's reset our database. npx prisma db push force reset. I'm gonna use my seed again. Let's open the studio. And inside class, okay, we have the students. So basically, if I pass here the class ID of this student and find all the lessons of that class, I can reach the all teachers of that student. Let me show you and you are going to understand better. So when I click on this button, I'm gonna update my params. Let's open up the single student page. And find our link here. So I'll say, when you click here, open up the list page, teachers, and the class ID will be the student's class ID. But we don't have yet. For now, let's say 2. Just like that. And right now, using this query, I can find a specific group of teachers. To do that, we are going to be using where condition. Inside our request, I'll say where. And you can use here any teacher field. For example, if I say teacher ID equals 1, of course, it's going to be a string. Let's choose here any teacher, for example, teacher 12. Let's see. Only this teacher is here. So you can write here any condition you want. I'm going to open up my schema again. It's going to be easier to understand. So I'm going to find all the lessons of this teacher and all the classes of those lessons, and the class ID should be this class ID. Let's say lessons, and I will say some class ID, and it should be this class ID. And it's going to come from query params dot class ID. Of course, it should be integer. Of course, it can be undefined. For now, I'll say we are sure that it exists. I'm gonna enter. And that means all these teachers have lesson in this class. Of course, we can update here also. Just like that. As you can see, only 5 items. If I say class number, any non-existing number, we are not going to have any teacher. This is how it works. But of course, we can have different queries here. So instead of writing them like that, you might think that just pass here query params. But it's not a good idea because to protect requests, we need some rules. We cannot accept any given query params. And also, in our application, we have different roles. If we are the admin, we will be able to see all the exams. We can write any query we want. But if we are the teacher or student, we are supposed to see only our exams, not other students or other teachers. And also, when we implement this search component, when we write any text and enter, we are going to update our URL and it's going to be search and the text. But using this search query, we are going to search for different fields. For example, for the exams page, we are going to search for subject name. If we are on the teachers page, we are going to search for the teacher name, the class name, and also we can search for the teacher name. So basically, we are going to need different roles for each list item here. So instead of directly passing our query params, let's write our rules. So I will say URL params conditions. And after, we are going to also add the role conditions. But for now, I will say if query params exists. For each item inside these params, we are going to create different where condition. So let's say for each item, and since it's an object, we can use object entries. Let's say const key value of object entries. And we are going to pass here query params. And it's going to return us all the items inside the params. And we can use here the if block or switch case. I prefer using switch case because we have certain rules. It cannot be something else. I'll say key. And if the key is class ID, we are gonna return our where condition. Remember, it was lessons, sum, class ID, parse integer, and the value. And of course, it can be undefined. To prevent this, at the beginning, let's write here an if block. I'll say value shouldn't be undefined. And to use this expression inside the where condition, we should assign this to somewhere. Let's say const query. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty object. And we can change its lessons field. And to prevent any possible mistake, we can write here our type, and it's going to come from Prisma, our table name, and its where condition fields. Let me show you. I'm going to import Prisma, that comes from Prisma client. And if I say teacher where input, we'll be able to use all these fields in the where condition. And it's awesome because we cannot make any mistake here. If I say something unexisting, it's going to give me an error. And also, it's going to be much easier to write our conditions because if I say query dot, we can see all our options here. This is why we are using Prisma. Everything is much easier. Let's take this back. And let's use this query here. And here. Let's come back and write our condition, class ID 2, and perfect. Class ID 3, different teachers. But if I say 10, for example, it's going to be empty because we don't have a class number 10. Okay, so this is how we are writing where conditions and how we are protecting our query params. Because if we pass here directly query params without any filtering here, we can reach any data that should be private, like wage or whatever it might be. So this is why we are using this structure. And let's do the same thing for the search component. When I write anything here and enter, we are going to update our search params. We are going to do exactly the same thing. Remember how we are changing this page number. So I'm going to copy here, open my search component, table search. Here is going to be use client because we are going to be using a hook and click events. I will quickly import my router. Use router hook. And here is going to be a form. And when we enter, it's going to run this on submit function. Let's say handle submit. Let's create it here. I'm going to paste my previous items. And this time we are going to update the search params. And its value will be whatever we write inside this input. To do that, we can use event, React form event, and it's going to be HTML form element. You don't have to memorize this, just hover over, and as you can see, HTML form element. Let's take this value. Firstly, I will say event prevent default, because when we submit, by default, it's gonna refresh the page. To prevent this, we are using this function. So I will say const value, event, current target, the first item, and its value. To prevent this type error, let's say as HTML input element, and I'm gonna pass this here. Let's try. I'll say test. I will enter. Nothing has changed because I didn't save. Let's try again. And perfect. Okay, right now using this value, we can search for, let's say, the teacher name. Let's remember again, we have the teacher name. Let's open up the teachers page. And I'm gonna add here another case. Let's say break and create different case. And here is gonna be search. Query.name, as you can see, it's here. And this name will contain whatever we write here. So it doesn't have to start with this word. Even if I write ME, it's gonna fetch this item. To do that, we are gonna be using the contains method. We are gonna pass here the value, and also I will say insensitive. So you can use also capital letters. Let's say me. As you can see, all these teachers are here because they all have me. If I say me1, this is how it works. It's really easy. You can also search for different fields, for example, teacher name or the subject name, but we don't need this for this page. I'm gonna explain this for the other pages, don't worry. So right now, let's do the same thing for the other pages. I'm gonna open my student page. It's here. I can move this render row to outside of my component. Here is gonna be async. And let's fetch all the students we have. I'm gonna close here. And again, I'm gonna get the search params. Let's copy everything here. And paste. We are gonna have the page query params. Here is gonna be Prisma, student var input, and when we search for anything, we are gonna check the student name, so it can stay like that, but we can change here. In the teachers page, and the single teacher, so when I click here, it's gonna open up the students list. And we are going to pass the teacher ID as a param. And to fetch all students of that teacher, again, we can use the class, because inside the class, we have lessons. And for each lesson, we have the teacher ID. So let's say teacher ID. We are going to check the student class, its lessons, and it's going to include the teacher ID, and it's going to be value. Remember, it's a string, so we can use it like that. And finally, I'm going to import my Prisma that comes from library Prisma. We are going to fetch all the students, and which table we are going to need. As you can see, there is a class name here. In this case, we need to add the user class. It's going to be true. Here. And I'm going to import item per page and student. Okay. Let's use this data here and pass our page number and the count number. Page will be P, count will be count. We need to change our type. We don't need this anymore. Let's say student list. We are going to get the student table type, and also we are going to add the user class. Let's use it. Just like that. Let's open this row and see if there's a mistake. It's going to be image. We don't have student ID. It's going to be username. That is going to be student ID. And also we can use the grade table for this column. But since we are using the class name and the first item of this class name includes the grade, we don't need that. we don't need to fetch extra table. So I will say class.name and take the first item. And here is going to be name. And of course, if there is no image, we are going to be using noavatar.png. And there is something wrong with this form model, because as you can see, we are using number, let's say number or string, because users are string and the others are integer. So we don't have any problem anymore. Let's see. Okay, we have 50 items. We can see the other students. We can also use our page buttons. Let's search for any item. And perfect. Let's take care of our teacher link. When we click here, we are going to add the teacher ID. So I'm going to open up the single teacher page here. And when we click on this link, I'll say list students. I'm going to close this menu. And we are going to pass here teacher ID. And here is going to be dynamic, but for now, let's say teacher2. Just like that. Let's write here something else. And this teacher doesn't exist. Okay. So what about parents? Let's do the same thing quickly here. When we search for any text, we are going to check the parent name. Let's copy here again. Open parents page. We are going to change here. Let's move this row to outside of the component. And here, I'm going to paste my code. Let's import Prisma. Here is going to be parent var input. We are going to search the parent name. And we don't need anything else here. And I'll say break. By the way, after each case, you should use break. And also we can use the default. So if we have some other params instead of teacher ID or search, it's not going to do anything. Let's do the same thing here. I'm going to save. And let's see what types we are going to need. As you can see, we are going to need the student names. That means we are going to use the student table. So I will say parent list, the parent table type, and also students, and it's going to be the student type. And of course, it's going to be an array because a single parent can have multiple children. I'm going to copy this, paste here. And of course, we are going to be using student names. So let's say map for each student, return the student name and separate them using join. And let's import Prisma. Here is going to be Prisma parents. Students will be included. And let's import item per page. Let's pass our data. And here is going to be page and count. And perfect. Let's search for any name. Okay, it doesn't exist because there's a space here. Okay, right now we have 3 pages. If I say 11, this is what we want. And the next list is subjects. Let's copy here. We are gonna do exactly the same thing. Subjects page. We are gonna change the type, but before, let's move this render. And right here are functions. Here is gonna be Prisma subject var input. When we search, we are gonna check the subject name. Let's import this. Subject table. And which related table we are gonna need? As you can see, we are gonna need teachers. Inside the subjects, we have the teachers. So let's say teachers, and let's import this. Pass our data, and after that we are going to change our type. So I will say subject list is going to be the subject type, and also add the teachers, and here is going to be teacher array. And again, we are going to be using teacher names. Map for each teacher. Return teacher name and separate them. It's that easy. Let's see. Okay, we have all our items here. Actually, we are sure that our pagination works. Let's make this 10 again. And if I search for any item, we are going to see those subjects. And our teacher names are here. Okay, what about classes? Again, we are going to search for the name, but also in the single teacher page, as you can see, we have the teacher classes. So when I click here, again, I'm going to add the teacher ID. And using that teacher ID, we can fetch our classes. Actually, let's say supervisor ID. I will open the single teacher page. And I'm going to change here, list, classes, supervisor ID. Again, let's say teacher 2. After fetching this single teacher, we are going to change this data. Where is classes? Let's move our rows. And I'm going to paste my search params and data fetching functions. Let's copy this. Here is going to be class var input. I'm not going to change here, but I'm going to add one more, and it's going to be supervisor ID. And the query supervisor ID will be this value. Let's import this. Here is going to be class, and which table we are going to include. Okay, this is the teachers. We are going to include the teacher name, so we will need the teacher table. And again, instead of adding the grade table, we can use this first letter. Supervisor. I'll import item per page. Let's pass our data. And page. And I'm going to change my type. Class list. The class type, and also supervisor, and it's going to be teacher. Here is going to be name and the first item, and here is going to be supervisor name. Let's change our type, class list. If you want to, you can add here also the surname. Let's give a space here, name and surname. Just like that. Let's click on our teacher link. Teachers classes. As you can see, it doesn't exist. Let's come back and let's choose one of them. Let's say 12. And perfect. And what about lessons? Again, in the teacher page, we can fetch all the lessons of the teacher. So we are going to pass here the teacher ID. Classes, students, here. List page, lessons, and the teacher ID will be any teacher ID. Again, let's say 2. I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. If you want to, you can create a common function for all these items, but it's gonna make it more complicated and it will be hard to understand. That's why I'm doing this again and again, because as I said, we are gonna need different rules and requirements. So let's open up the lessons page. Move our row here, paste our function, import them. Here is going to be lesson. And let's see which table we should include. As you can see, we need the subject name, the class name, and the teacher name. So we are going to need 3 tables. The first one will be subject, class, and teacher. I'm gonna import this. By the way, when we include all these items, it's gonna fetch all the fields of the subject, class, and teacher, but we don't need all this information. We are just gonna need the teacher name, the class name, and the subject name. Maybe we can also add here the teacher surname. So to increase the speed, instead of fetching every single thing, we can use select, and I'm gonna write the field name. Again, we are gonna need the class name, and here we are gonna need the teacher name and also teacher surname. So we are not gonna fetch unnecessary data. Let's pass this here. And let's change the type. Lesson list is going to be the lesson table type, and also we'll need the subject. We'll need the class. And we'll need the teacher. Okay, let's use it. Here, and here is going to be subject.name, class.name, and teacher.name, and also the surname. Okay, perfect. And when we click on this link, it should fetch the lessons belong to that teacher. Let's come back. I'm gonna import this. And here is gonna be teacher ID. And of course, let's change the type. Lesson where input. And perfect. Okay. And I can do the same thing for the student link, because here, as you can see, we have the student lessons. So what we can do here, we can pass the class ID, the students class, and using that class, we can fetch all the lessons belong to that class. Let's do that. I will open my single student page and change here. Class ID. And again, let's say 2. Let's take this. As you can see, there's an error because here should be a number. So I'm going to be using parse integer and pass my value here. Let's click students lessons and perfect. It's exactly the same class. And what about this search input? This time, let's try to search 2 different things, the subject name and also the teacher name. To do that, I'm going to change here. Let's copy this. But this time, we are going to be using query.or because we are going to have 2 different conditions. The first one will be subject, its name, and it should contain this value, and also teacher, and again, name contains this value. I'm gonna save. Let's remove this class ID so we can see all the lessons. Let's write here some lesson name, just like that. And also we can search for any teacher. Let's say name 1. So it's gonna fetch this one and this one. And of course the other items that include me1. Okay, what about exams? Let's quickly paste our code. I'll open up exams, move my row here, and paste my code. Let's import Prisma. Here is going to be exam. What else we are going to need? As you can see, we have 3 different tables, subject, class, and teacher. But if you check the exam table, you are going to see that we have only lesson. So firstly, I'm going to fetch the lesson. And inside the lesson, we can fetch the subject, the teacher, and the class. So I will say include lesson. And we are just going to need subject, teacher, and class. So let's select them. We don't need anything else. I'll say subject. And in this table, we are just going to need this name, nothing else. So again, I'll say select. Name will be true. And for the others, teacher, I'll say name and surname. And here is going to be class. Let's import this and change our type. Exam list, the exam type, and also inside we are going to have the lesson, and inside we will have the subject, class, and teacher. Okay, let's use it. Of course, those items are inside the lesson. Lesson subject.name, item lesson.class.name, teacher, and also surname. And we are going to need here the date, but we cannot directly use it as string. We have to transform this, And I want to see the day, the month, and the year. To do that, I'm going to be using datetime format. You can pass here any location, let's say US, format, and here we are going to pass item.start time. Let's pass our data. I'm going to import this Prisma. Here is going to be examware input. We are going to change here, but before, when we search any item, we are going to check the subject names. Lesson. So I will say subject, its name, and it's going to contain our value. And the mode will be insensitive. And what about here? Let's see the teacher page. We can fetch the teacher's exams and also the student's exams. So again, we can pass our class ID and the teacher ID. So query.lesson.class ID. Of course, it's going to give an error because here can be undefined. To prevent this, you can move it into an object, just like that. And here, again, lesson, and the teacher ID will be this value. Let's try. This is the single student page. Let's copy this, paste here. Here is going to be exams. Actually, we can do the same thing for others. Let's don't waste time. Here is going to be assignments and results. And for the single teacher page, here, we are going to pass the teacher ID. So let's copy this. Paste for the others. Here is going to be exams and assignments. Okay. Let's close them and pass our data. Okay, let's search for something. It works. If I open up the single teacher page and click here, it doesn't have any exam. Let's say 3. As you can see, this is what we want. And same thing for the student. And perfect. After the exams, let's check the assignments. It's pretty much the same. Instead of this start date, we are going to be using due date. Let's come back. Copy here. Open assignments. Move this row and paste it here. Let's import them. Here is going to be assignments. I'm going to quickly pass my data. And again, we are going to need exactly the same thing. But I'm going to change here. Assignment type, subject type, class, and teacher. Let's move this here. And again, let's say lesson, the item and the name. And also I'm going to add here the surname. Just like that. And let's use this date. But this time it's going to be due date. And what about our conditions? Here is going to be assignment where type. They are going to be exactly the same. If you want to, you can add here also the teacher name, but it can stay like that. You know how to do that. You are just going to add here or, and here is going to be teacher name. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to search for bio. Perfect. Teacher ID. Let's change this. Okay. And the student. Okay, it was easy. What about results? Let's copy this. Results page. Move our render row. Paste our code. Import our Prisma client. Item per page. And let's see what we are going to have. We have the subject, student, and teacher. Let's see our table. As you can see, we can directly add the student. But for the teacher and also for this class, we are going to need the exam or assignment. Because remember, the result can belong to an exam or assignment. And inside them, we have the lesson. And inside the lesson, we have the teacher and the class. So let's fetch them. By the way, here is going to be title, not subject name. Let's change here. So it's going to be exam or assignment title. Of course, we are going to change our type. But before, I want to import this Prisma. Change here. Pass my data. Since we have two different types here, exam or assignment, we should do the same thing for each of them. Let's remove here. Firstly, I'm going to fetch my student. But we are just going to need its name and surname. So I will say select. Name will be true. Surname will be true. And after that, I will say exam. And it's going to include the lesson. And inside the lesson, we are going to get the class and teacher. And again, only their names. Of course, here is going to be select. And teacher. I'm going to also fetch the surname. And I'll do exactly the same thing for the assignment. If it's exam, here is going to be empty. If it's assignment, here is going to be empty. And right now, instead of data, I'll say data response. And I'm going to define my data here. Const data, data response. And for each item inside, we are going to take the exam type. It's going to be exam or assignment. Let's say assessment actually. is going to be either the exam or assignment. Okay, there is something wrong here. Let's comment this out for now. And as you can see, there is no problem. And I will say const is exam. And how we can know that it's an exam? As you can see, we have the start time here, but in this case, it's start date. So if I say start time in assessment, that means this result belongs to an exam. By the way, to prevent this type error, I will write my condition here. If it doesn't exist, we are just going to return null. And after that, I will say return. ID will be item.id. Title. We are going to need the student name. And surname. And the same thing for the teacher. But of course, here is going to be assessment.lesson. And what else? We are going to need the score. We are going to need the class name. Lesson.class.name. And let's say start time. And if it's exam, here's gonna be start time. If not, it's gonna be start date. Okay. I hope you understood why we are doing this. That because we have two different options. If you don't create here a common data, you have to write different conditions for each item here, like if item and assignment exists, take the item, assignment, and start date. If it's exam, take the item, exam, and start time. So it's going to be more complex. To prevent this, we are using this data response and passing those items to our data. Did I pass them here? Okay. And right now, we can change our type. I'll say result list. In this case, instead of calling the result type, I have to write my own. Actually, let's copy them. Here is going to be string. Again, by the way, here is going to be semicolon, not comma. It's a type. Teacher name, surname. Score will be number. Class name will be a string. And the start time will be a date. Okay, let's use it here. And right now I can say item.student name, teacher name, and surname. I can do the same thing here. Here is going to be class name. And for the date, again, we are going to be using our date function here. And here is going to be item.start time. And finally, I'm going to change here Prisma result where input. When we write any search input, we can check the exam title or the student name. So let's say query or, and inside this array, I'm going to write my options. The first one will be exam, and we are going to check its title, and it's going to contain our value. And of course, don't forget to write your mode, insensitive, and one more, and this is going to be student and its name. And what about here? We are going to need only one item. By the way, where is default? Let's check the others. Why I didn't add this? I remember I did, but oh, it's here. I just added for students and teachers. But anyway, let's continue. For the single student page, we can see all the student results. As you can see, we are passing class ID, but inside the result, we already have the student ID. We can directly take it. Let's open up the student page here. And for the result, here is going to be student ID. And let's say student 2. I'm not sure if it exists or not. If not, we are going to change it. And let's say student ID query.student ID. And that's all. Let's see. Okay, all the results are here. Let's search for exam 5. Okay, it doesn't work. Because we are not using this query here. Perfect. Let's say 2. Okay. And right now we can take care of the events and announcements. They are going to be similar, so it will be easy. As you can see, we have the event title, and we are going to need this table, class table, and that's all. Only class table. Let's do this. I'm not going to copy from here. Let's copy from here. I will open events, move my row, paste my code, import them quickly. Here is going to be events. We are just going to need the class, and let's pass them here. Data, page, and the count. Let's change the type. Event list is going to be the event type, and also we are going to add our class. Just like that. Let's use it here. And here is going to be class.name. Again, I'm going to change this date. Just like that. It's going to be start time. But for those items, it's going to be like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., or whatever it might be. As you can see, start time and end time. So here is going to be the full date, but here is going to be only hour. To do that, we can use to local time string. And again, location here. And I'll say hour will be 2-digit. Minute will be again 2-digit. And hour 12 will be false. I can do the same thing for the end time. Let's take care of our where input. I'm gonna import Prisma. Event where input. When we search, we are gonna check the title. We don't need anything else. I can delete here. And that's all, I think. Let's see. Okay, I'll say 2. And perfect. As you can see, start time and end time. And this is the full date. Let's do the same thing for the announcements. I will copy here, open my announcements. This is not the list. Here. I'm gonna move my row. Prisma. Announcement. Where input. Again, we are gonna search for the title, but this time we are just gonna need the date. We don't need any hour or minute. Let's import Prisma. Here is gonna be announcement. Includes class. Let's pass our data. And I will change my type, announcement type. And also a class. Of course, for the consistency, let's say announcement list. Here is going to be class name. And again, we are going to be using our time. And what was the name? Okay, just date. Let's search for an item. Okay, it works. And that's all, guys. This is how we are fetching data. But there is one thing important here. If we are not an admin, we shouldn't update or delete this announcement. Only admin can create. Or if we are the student or teacher, we are supposed to see only our exams or results or assignments. And in the previous lesson, we were using this temporary data. As you can see, role is admin. We can make it teacher. This time we are going to see less items. Student. Only exams, result, and other items here. But even if we are the student and there is no teacher list here, I can still see the teachers. Or students or any other list. I can even see here the single teacher, all this information that I'm not supposed to see. So basically, we should protect our routes. To do that, we should be authenticated first. Let me close everything here. And let's see how to handle authentication. I'm going to create here the authentication section. And in our application, there won't be a classic login and register logic because in a school management application, students, teachers, and parents are not supposed to create accounts. Only the admin can create and delete users. So if there's a new teacher, they go to the principal's office and the admin registers and give them the username and password. Or if there's a new student, they come with the parents and again make the registration in the office. So we'll have the user creation process. And of course, the admin can delete the users. And we are going to have the login process. When we create a new user, we will get the user ID. And using forms, we'll enter all the user details like address, phone number, or any other field, and send them to database using server actions. So all the user details will be on our database. So I will say admin and all users. And when a user wants to log in, they are gonna use the login page. But there is something important here. After the login process, we need to get the user role and protect our routes. For example, if the user is a student, they won't be allowed to see the teachers list or any other user's homepage. To do that, we are gonna be using Next.js middleware. It will allow us to intercept page requests. So whenever we want to visit any page, the middleware will check the authentication and the user role, and if they meet all the requirements, it will allow the user to reach that page. So let's create our authentication and create our first user. To do that, we'll be using Clerk. You can find the link in the description. If you click on that link, you'll see this page, and after creating an account, you'll be ready to build authentication. Why are we using Clerk? Because it's really easy to implement authentication. It just takes 5 minutes, and you don't have to worry about the sessions, tokens, cookies, security, or social logins. Clerk does everything for you. And if you have less than 10,000 monthly active users, it's completely free, and for a school management application, it's more than enough because you will probably have a maximum of 1,000 students and parents. Okay, let's open the documentation and see how to implement. I'm gonna choose Next.js. We are gonna need this Clerk library. Let's install. I will open my terminal, npm install Clerk Next.js. And after that, we are going to set our environment variables. Let's copy here. But before doing that, I recommend you open your dashboard and create an application. As you can see, this is our previous application. I will create a new one. Let's say school. And in our application, we are not going to use any social login. We are just going to have the username and the password. Let's create. And our environment variables are here. Let's copy. Open .env file and paste them here. After that, we'll create the middleware and add here our configuration. But as I said, we are going to have different rules. But for now, I will just copy here. And after creating our users and roles, we are going to add here different rules. Let's open the menu. And if you are using the source folder, create your middleware inside. And paste this code. And finally, we should wrap our application with this provider so we can reach the user data in all our pages and components. I will open up my layout and wrap my application just like that. Let's import. That comes from Clerk Next.js. And right now we can create our login page. But for the test purpose, let's create here for users. And after testing, we are going to create our own users using the dashboard. I'll say admin, admin. I'm gonna ignore these rules because the password is too short, but as I said, it's just a test. As you can see, the password is too weak, but it can stay. Let's create the others, or actually, we can just use this one, because later we are gonna be using the user roles. Let's come here. We wrap our application. And right now we can create our sign-in page. As I said, we are not going to have any sign-up page. Only the admin will be able to create users, but we can create the sign-in page. As you can see, it's really easy. I'm just going to copy here and create my page just like that. In the example, it uses this sign-in path, but in our application, we are going to be using the home page. If you remember, in our application, we have an empty home page. Right now, we will create our login component here. So let's come back and create our page. Inside the app directory, let's close everything here. Oh, in the previous lesson, we created this sign-in page. It's empty, but we are not going to be using this. I will delete, and I will delete this page. And inside the app directory, I will say sign in and page tsx. I will say home page. Let's write here test so you can see the difference. And as you can see, it's here. Nothing has changed. Right now, I'm gonna add my sign in component. Our component is here. If I say admin, and write here any random password, you can see the error here. But if I write admin, as you can see, we are authenticated. But by default, after the login process, it's gonna redirect us to the home page. And since we are using our home page as a login page, there will be a conflict here. What we can do, we can redirect users to different pages. As you can see, there is a redirect URL here. So you can use different pages. But if you use this sign-in component, you are going to always see the same design. If you want to create your custom component, you can use Clerk Elements. It's better right now, but I think it will be stable soon. Let's see how to use it. Firstly, we are going to need Clerk Elements. Let's open up the terminal and install our library. And if you are using TypeScript, make sure that the module resolution is bundler. Let's open up. As you can see, it's already bundler. I'm gonna close here and here. And after that, we are ready to create our custom flow. Let's see the examples. This is a really simple one. Firstly, we are going to be using the sign-in component, and we are going to start with root, and after that we will create our first step. In our application, we are going to have only one step. We will just ask username and password, and we will sign in. That's all. So inside the step, we'll have two fields. The first one will be the username, which includes the label and the input, and the second one will be our password. And finally, we are going to create sign-in action, which is our button. And if there is an error, it shows it here using Clerk Global Error. Let's create, and after you are going to understand better. Firstly, I'm going to import my components and make sure that your component is a client component. And I will create my component here using my shortcut. Let's say login page. And after, I'm gonna center everything. Firstly, let's say age screen. I'll say flags, align item center, justify content center, and the background will be Llama Skylight. Let me close this menu. And inside, I'm gonna create my root, signin.root, and inside, I'll create my step. Its name will be start. You can give here any specific style, let's say background white. I'm gonna give some padding, rounded MD. I'll give some shadow, let's say 2x large, and I'm gonna center everything vertically. So let's say flex, flex column, and gap between each item will be 2. So basically, we are gonna have here our container, and inside, let's write our title. I'll say h1 tag and the name of the application. And I'm gonna create h2 tag, and let's say sign into your account. And to see our changes, let's create our other components. Firstly, if there is any error, we are gonna show it here. Clerk global error. And I'm gonna create my first field, clerk.field. And I'm gonna give its name. It's gonna be identifier because it's gonna represent our username. Let's create the label. It's gonna be username. And I'm gonna create the input. And it's gonna be like the regular input. I'm gonna give the type, a text. I'll say required. I'm gonna give the style later. And if there's an error related to username, we are gonna show it here. So I will say clerk.field error. And let's create the other one. Its name will be password, label, and the type will be password. And finally, I will create my action. Signin.action. I'll say sign in. And it's gonna be a submit button. Let's see. Okay, it's not visible because we are already authenticated. We shouldn't see the login page. To prevent this, let's use the clerk's user component here and log out. If you remember, in the dashboard layout, we have the navbar. Let's see what we have inside. We have the user avatar here, but for now, let's comment this out and use user button here. Let's see the admin page. And as you can see, we have the user button. If I click here, I can see my user information and I can sign out. And right now we can see the login page. If I write something different, as you can see, this is the field error. If I write this correct, but the wrong password, you are gonna see this error. And if there is something else, we are gonna see the global error here. Let's give a style. Firstly, for this h1 tag, I want to also add here my logo. So let's say image. The source will be logo.png. I'm gonna give my size, which is 24. And after, the name of the application. Let's give a style. Text will be X large. Font will be bold. Flags, item center, and gap between items will be 2. And what about H2? I'm just gonna change the color. Just like that. Let's take care of our field. Firstly, if there is an error, I'm gonna make this small and red. And for this field, the label and input will be vertical, and gap between them will be 2. And for the label, it's gonna be X small, and the text color will be gray. Let's give a style for the input. I'm gonna give padding. Rounded will be MD. I will give a ring and its color will be gray. Let's do the same thing for the others. Here, field, label, and input. And for field errors, again, text will be XML and the color will be red. And finally, our button is gonna be blue color. Text will be white, margin Y will be 1, rounded, and the text will be small. We can also give padding, but it's gonna be small. Let's say 10 pixels. And perfect. It looks pretty nice. And right now, after the login process, we can redirect users to the related dashboard. If it's an admin, we are gonna redirect that user to the admin dashboard. If it's a teacher, it's gonna be teacher dashboard. But how we are gonna get this data? If you remember, when we created a user, we added here the username and the password, but also you can add the first name and the last name. And there is one more thing here, and it's user metadata. So we can add our custom roles here. If you are using the pro version of Clerk, you can use organizations to do that. For each role, you can create different organizations. But if you are using the free version, you can do this using metadata. So I'm gonna edit here, and the role will be admin. I'm gonna save. And let's see how to get the user information after the login process. I'm gonna come back, read user and session data. And as you can see, on the server components, we can use auth and current user. And if you are using client components, you can use auth hook. And as you can see, it returns is loaded, the user ID, session ID, and the token. And also we have one more hook here, and it's called use user. And it's gonna return all the user information. Let's try. I'm gonna come here, paste it here, and import this hook. And let's see what we have inside. I'll say user, open my console, and as you can see, we don't have any user. If I say admin, admin, and as you can see, the user information is here. We have the user ID, user image, and inside the public metadata, as you can see, there is a role. So using that role, I can redirect my user to the admin page. So let's get this data and redirect our user. To do that, we are going to be using use effect. So whenever the user changes, we are going to run this effect and check the user role. Const role. If there is a user, we are going to check the public data and role. And if there is a role, we are going to redirect our user. To do that, we will be using useRudder hook. Const rudder. Remember, it comes from next navigation. I'll say push and the role name here. Admin, teacher, student, or parent. Of course, I should add rudder here. And let's see. As you can see, it opened the admin page. If I try to reach the login page, it's gonna open the admin page. Let's create other users and test it. By the way, we couldn't save the first name and last name, but it's not important. Let's say teacher, teacher. I'm gonna ignore the password rules. Student. And parents. Let's give the roles. And the others. Okay, let's test it. I'm gonna log out. Let's say teacher. And we are on the teacher page. Let's see one more time. And after we can protect our routes. And perfect. It works. So what about middleware? Let's open up the documentation. I will come back and let's click here, protect routes. And as you can see, by default, our middleware is not protecting any route. So if I log out and try to reach the admin page, as you can see, it's visible. To prevent this, we are going to be using create route matcher. So you can basically add here your protected routes like admin page, teacher page, and create your own rule here. You can say if it's protected route, just use the authentication and its protect method. And it will automatically redirect users to the sign-in page. Let's try. I'll open my middleware. I can delete this. Let's import this matcher. And I will say admin and teacher. I'm gonna refresh the page. And since we didn't define our sign-in URL, it's gonna redirect us to a pre-built clerk page. To prevent this, I will open my env file and I will say next public clerk sign-in URL. And it's gonna be the home page. Let's see again. I'll say admin. And as you can see, we are not allowed to see the admin page. Or teacher, we are not allowed, but we didn't add the student page, so we can see here. So this is how middleware works. But in our application, we are gonna need more than that. We have to check the user role, and also we have here different list pages. If we are the student, we can see only these pages. If we are the admin, we can see all the lists. So basically, for each page, we are gonna need different rules. If you remember, in our application, we created here the settings file. And inside this file, I'm gonna create a list that includes all the pages and the user roles. As you can see, if we are on the announcements page, even if we are the student or parent, we will be able to see this page. But if we are on the teachers list, for example, we can see that page if we are an admin or teacher. And those are our home pages. Only related roles can see those pages. So using this access map, I'm going to define different rules. And remember, this is an object, so I cannot use array map. Instead, I'm going to be using object keys. Let's say const matchers object.keys. By the way, you can find this in the GitHub repository. You don't have to write from scratch. And I'm going to pass here route access map. And right now we can use map. And for each route, we are going to return the matcher. And right now we can use this function and pass here our route. And also I'll say allowed roles, route access map, and route. Let's see what we have inside. I'm gonna comment this out for now. If I refresh the page, open my console, you are gonna see that we are on the exams page. That means every user can see this page. And right now we can get the user role. To do that, we are gonna be using this auth function, and it includes session claims. Oops, there's a typo, session claims. Let's see what's inside. I'm gonna log in as a teacher. Open up my terminal. And as you can see, it includes a bunch of items here that is related to session, but also I want to add here the metadata so we can reach user role. To do that, I'm gonna open up my dashboard, choose sessions, and I'm gonna customize my token. And as you can see, there are many options here. You can add different fields, but in our case, I'm gonna add the public metadata. Let's say metadata, and it's gonna be user public metadata. Okay, let's save. And right now, we can see the role because it's inside the public metadata. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh the page. And this time we have here the metadata, and that includes our user role. Let's take that role. Const role equals session claims dot metadata, of course, if it exists, and role. Of course, it's gonna give an error, TypeScript error, because it doesn't ensure if we have the role inside metadata. To prevent this, I will say it's an object, it includes the role, and it's a string. And if our role is inside this allowed roles array, we'll be able to see that page. Let's do that. I'll say const get all the matcher and allowed roles from our array. And I'll say if matcher request and if allowed roles doesn't include our role, and I'll say we are sure that it exists, we are gonna redirect the user because it's not allowed. To do that, we can use next response. I'll say redirect new URL, and we are gonna redirect user to the role page. Let's see. I'm gonna try to reach the admin page, and as you can see, it opens teacher. I can see assignments, events, announcements, but if I try to see subjects, for example, as you can see, I'm not allowed. This is how it works. And of course, you don't have to use this map field. You can just create every single route using create route matcher. But in this case, you are going to create almost 20 routes. To prevent this, I just created this access map. We are going to map through our items and check the user role for each one. Right now, we are authenticated. We have the user role. So let's change our data in the list pages according to user role. And also in the menu, we don't have to use this temporary data anymore. Instead, let's use the current user. I'll say const user await current user. In this case, our component will be async, and it includes our user role. I'll say user public metadata dot role. Let's say as string. And right now, as you can see, there are more items, and also I can fix here. I will open the navbar, and I will do exactly the same thing here. Current user, and here is gonna be user public metadata and role. Okay, and as a teacher, we can see all the teachers, we can see all the students and parents, but when it comes to exams, we should see only our exams, not other teachers. And also, as a teacher, we should be able to create a new exam. So let's handle those buttons first, and after we are gonna make changes in the fetching function. I will come here, close them. So let's start with the first list, announcements. As you can see, only admin can update or delete the announcements. I'm gonna delete here. And inside the HTML, again, only admin can create an announcement. So we will not have any changes here, but we are gonna take this role from the authentication, not this temporary data. I'm gonna delete here. And here, let's say const session claims. That comes from auth. I'm gonna take the role. And I'm gonna copy here. Let's open the page. As you can see, nothing has changed. By the way, since we don't have any actions, we don't have to see this actions column. So I will say, if the role equals admin, the structure this array, in this case, we are gonna have this field, nothing will be changed. But if we are not the admin, we are gonna structure this empty array. That means we are not gonna have anything. I'm gonna save. And as you can see, it's gone. Okay. So let's take care of the assignment. Again, I'm gonna paste this here. Import this. We don't need this role anymore. Actually, instead of doing same thing again and again, let's come here and inside library, I'm gonna create a new file. And I'm gonna paste it here, import, and I'll say export const role. Let's remove this. And here. And let's import our role. I can do the same thing here. That comes from library and utils. I can delete here. And for the assignment page, as you can see, admin and teacher can create an assignment. By the way, there is something wrong here. It should be like that. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, the button is here. And also we can see the update and delete buttons, but there is something important here. As you can see, those assignments don't belong to us. We should see here only our assignments. So let's change our query. And if you remember, we have here the URL params condition, and I'm gonna add one more condition here. And it's gonna be role condition. Let's say conditions. And again, I'm gonna be using switch case. This time we are gonna check our role. And again, that comes from library and utils. And I will say, if the role is admin, we are not going to have any rule. If the role is teacher, we are going to update our query. And if you remember, inside the assignment table, let me actually open my schema and close this menu. And here we have the lesson. And inside lesson, we have the teacher ID. So we can use our ID here. In this case, we are going to also need our user ID. So let's say export const current user ID equals user ID. Okay, we can use it here. Dot lesson dot teacher ID, and it's going to be current user ID. And there's a type error here. To prevent this, we can define our lesson. Actually, let's define this at the beginning here. Query lesson will be empty at the beginning. So we can directly update this just like that. It's going to be shorter. Dot subject. And here, I'm going to say we are sure that it exists. I'm doing that because to see this page, we have to be logged in and we have to have the user role. And if we are logged in, that means we have the user ID. I will say break. And we don't have any assignment, that because in our database, the user IDs are different. Let's change one of them. Teacher 6 will be our user ID. Let's get this from the Clerk users. I'm going to copy this ID and update here. And for student, I'm going to copy this ID and let's update student 8. And a parent. Let's say parent 4. And it's going to be this ID. Let's see again. Okay. And right now, if I refresh the page, you are going to see that our assignment is here. And the teacher name is teacher number 6. Just like that. And right now we can update our assignments, we can delete it, or we can create a new one. What about if we are the student? Inside the assignments, again we are going to be using lesson, but this time we have to check the class because inside the class we have the students. And inside the student list, we are going to search for our user ID. So let's create one more case here. If it's a student, I'll say query.lesson.class. And let's say its students should include our ID. So I will say some ID will be current user ID. So let's open assignments. And as you can see, we are going to have only 2 items. and our class is 3A. Let's check. Student. This is our user. And its class is, as you can see, 3A. Okay. And I can do the same thing for the parent. I'm gonna copy this and paste. If it's parent, lesson class students, sum, but here is gonna be the parent ID, because inside student, we can reach the parent ID. So we will be able to see all our children's assignments. By the way, don't forget to add break. Okay. It can look a little bit complex, but we are not actually making here any expensive calculation. We already have the role, and according to that role, we are gonna run only one case. And even if you have nested tables, it's not a problem, because in our database, we will not have millions of records or something. It's just a school management application, so you don't have to worry about them. And again, if we are not the teacher or admin, we don't have to see actions. I will do exactly the same thing here. If the role equals admin or teacher, we are gonna spread this array. In this case, we are not gonna have the actions column. Okay. And what's next? Let's open our menu and open up the classes. I can delete this data and role. And import my role here. And in this case, we can create a new class. If we are the admin, it can stay like that. And here is gonna be the same. But as a teacher, we can see the classes. So we can delete this action column. I will say if role equals admin. Okay. And the next one is events. Again, only admin can create a new event, delete or update. And I'm gonna remove this role and import my role from the library and utils. Okay. But if you remember, an event can have a class. So if we are the teacher, we are gonna see all the general events and also the events that belong to our classes. And again, if we are the student or parent, we will be able to see all the general events or that student's classes events. So let's write our conditions here. I'll say role conditions. Again, you can use switch case. We are going to check the role. If it's the admin, we are not going to have anything. If it's the teacher, the query, and I'm going to be using OR. That because, as I said, if there is no class ID, that means it's a general event, so we can see them. In this case, I will say if the class ID is null, fetch them. And also, if the class is lessons, and I'm going to be using sum, and the teacher ID will be the current user ID. And we are sure that it exists. And you can do the same thing for the others, but since we are using exactly the same thing again and again, let's do something different here. I'm gonna remove this, and I will say const role conditions. I will say teacher, lessons, some teacher ID will be current user ID. If it's student, we are gonna check students directly, and some of them will be our student ID. And if we are the parent, again, class students, and some of them will have our parent ID. So right now I can use this inside my query. I'll say or, and right now I can say if the class ID equals null, or if the class table meets our condition here. So I will say role conditions, and we are gonna pass our role here. And if it doesn't exist, that means if we are the admin, it's gonna be an empty object. Let's write here a type to get rid of this TypeScript error. Type of role conditions. Okay, so our query will be here. Let's see. And right now we can see only event2 because it belongs to our class. Let's create a general event. I'll say add record. General event 1 test. And we are not going to have any class. I'm going to save. Refresh the page. And as you can see, we didn't put here a question mark. And you can say if it doesn't exist, right here, just dash. Just like that. And we are a little bit late to join this event. Okay. So let's do the same thing for the announcements. I'm gonna come here. Copy these role conditions. And paste here. Let's import current user ID. And let's see again. And right now we can see the announcement 2 that belongs to 3A. And again, I can update my class name here because it's not required. And if it doesn't exist, it's gonna be this dash. Okay, so what's the next one? Actually, let's close everything here. Open my menu. And we have the exams. Firstly, I'm gonna delete this exams data and role and update my action. If the role equals admin or teacher, we'll be able to update or delete the exam. We'll be able to create a new exam. And let's fix here. Just like that. But as I said, we should see only our exams. Or if we are the student or parent, again, we are gonna see only students' exams. Let's see. It's here. We are gonna be using lessons. And its teacher ID and classes. By the way, instead of doing this like that, let's create an empty object, because if we do that, each time we are updating the lesson, but we are just going to update the related field. And here, lesson.subject. Just like that. Okay. And let's create our role conditions. I will say switch case. We are going to check the role. If it's admin, we are not going to do anything. If it's teacher, query.lesson.teacher ID will be current user ID. If we are the student, lesson class students, and some students ID will be the current user ID. And finally, again, class students, some, and the parent ID will be the current user's ID. And here is gonna be parent. Let's see. We have 2 exams, 3A, 3A, and the next one is lessons. Teachers and admins can see all the lessons, but only admin can add a new one. By the way, let's remove this role and update with this one. Here is OK. And here, so I'm gonna save. And what about parents? Let's quickly delete here. And again, admins and teachers can see the parents, but only admin can create, delete, or update. I'm gonna import. Let's check one more time. Update, delete. And new one. By the way, the table name will be parent. Here is correct. Let's check this one. Okay, this is correct. Okay. And let's fix here. Okay. And what about results? I'm gonna delete this. Only admin and teacher can update or delete the result. Admin or teacher. And here. Just like that. And here. Okay, let's write our role condition. After this params condition, I will say role conditions, switch case. We are going to check the role. If it's the teacher, let's see our table. As you can see, we have the exam or assignment here. So I will say query.or exam lesson teacher, and it's gonna be current user ID. And I will do the same thing for the assignment. Just like that. And if the user is a student, we are going to directly check the student ID. And it's going to be the current user ID. And finally, if the case is parent, query.student, and its parent ID will be the current user ID. Let's see the results. And we have just one assignment, and the student name is 8. Let's check. Okay. We have here different class because it's a random generated data. Don't worry about here. And what else? We have the students. And only admin can delete or update the students. Role equals admin. And let's change this role. And I'm not gonna add here any additional condition because teacher can see all the students. And we are gonna do exactly the same thing for the teachers page, teachers list. Let's remove here and import. And there is only one more, and it's gonna be subjects. And I'm not gonna add here a condition because only admin can see this page. So we don't actually need here, but it can stay. It doesn't matter. And that's all, I think. This is how we create role-based route protection and data fetching. Right now we can add our own data, but before, let's take care of the home pages. Firstly, I want to fetch my admin data. To do that, I'm gonna log in as admin. And firstly, let's fetch all these user counts. I'm gonna close everything here, open my admin page. And if you remember, we have some user cards here. And since we don't have staff, I'm gonna change this to admin, teacher, student, and parent. And inside those cards, we are gonna fetch our user counts. To do that, I will say async. And I'm not gonna say string, it's gonna be admin, teacher, student, or parent. So for each type, we are going to fetch different data. For example, for the admin, we will say data await prisma.admin and count. Let's see. I'll open my terminal, and as you can see, we have 2 admins. But how we are gonna make here dynamic? We cannot use this just like that. So what we can do here is we can create an object map, let's say const model map, and it's gonna include admin. In this case, it's gonna be prisma.admin. Here is gonna be teacher, student, and parent. So right now I can use my model map and its type. And to prevent this error, let's write our type here. I will create a record, and the first element will be this type. So let's say type of type, and here is gonna be any. And right now I can use my data here, just like that. What about here? I will close them, and if you remember, inside the components we have this count chart, but since we are using this animated chart, our component should be a client component, but we have to fetch the data. To do that, I'm gonna create a container here, count chart container. I'm gonna create my component. I will fetch my data here. So I will say async function. And after fetching data, I'm gonna pass this here. So let's get all this container here and paste. And inside, I'm gonna call my component count chart. It ends here. Let's cut this and paste here. Or actually, we can use this here, because we can change this size if we want to. Okay, right now I'm gonna get my data from the parent, and it's gonna include the boys and girls, and they are gonna be number. According to those numbers, we can update our data. Of course, I have to move this here. And the total number will be boys plus girls. Here is gonna be the girls number, and here is gonna be the boys number. So let's fetch our data and pass it here. Let's open the container. Firstly, I'm gonna import this image. And there's a warning here because we didn't pass the props. Let's fetch the data first. I'll say const data await prisma. I will check the student, and I'm gonna be using here group by because we are gonna need only the number of the girls and boys. I'll say group by sex, and I'm gonna get the count. Inside our schema, we have only 2 items, so it's gonna group them by male and female, and it's gonna send the total number of each group. Let's see. Console log data. Of course, we should change our admin page. Instead of count chart, we are gonna be using count chart container. Let's remove this. Open our terminal, and as you can see, 25 female, 25 male. So let's send this. I'm gonna close here. Boys is gonna be, actually let's filter our data here. I'll say const boys data.find. For each item, we are gonna check the sex. If it's male, we are gonna take the count. If it doesn't exist, is gonna be 0. I will do the same thing for the other one. And here is gonna be girls. And perfect. Let's change this number and the percentage. I will say boys and girls. And we are gonna need a calculation here. To do that, I'm gonna be using the math library. I will say round boys divided by the total number, which means boys plus girls. And if I multiply this by 100, it's gonna give me the percentage. We are using round because I just wanna see here a flat number. And if we have just one boy and 9 girls, the total number will be 10. 1 divided by 10 is gonna be 0.1. If I multiply this by 100, it's gonna be 10%. But in our case, the 50% will be boys, the other 50% will be girls. Let's copy this and paste here. And this time, here is gonna be girls. And of course, I'm gonna multiply here, not only here. So let's wrap this like that. And round will end here. Okay, I will do the same thing. Let's see. And perfect. 50% and 50%. So right now we can take care of this chart. Again, we are gonna fetch data. So let's create our container. I will come back, close everything here, open my attendance chart, and create one more component. Container. I will say async. We'll fetch our data here. But before, I'm gonna copy here and paste. Here is gonna be attendance chart. And I'm gonna close this div. And I will remove this one. And we are gonna get the data from the parent. And it's gonna be this data array that includes some objects, and each object includes the name, present, and absent. So let's say name will be a string, present, the number, and absent. And of course, it's gonna be an array. And after that, we are not gonna need this data anymore. Instead, we are gonna be using this data from the parent. Let's fetch our data. Firstly, I'm gonna import this and fetch data. I will say await prisma.attendance. I will say find many. And we are gonna need here a condition because in our application, we are gonna fetch the list only belong to this week. In this case, we are gonna need the date value, but there is something important here. Let me actually put this data back. I'm gonna change here for now. As you can see, it includes only current week. So if we are on the Monday, we are gonna see here only one item. If today is Friday, we are gonna see 5 items. In this case, we are gonna need the latest Monday. If we find this date, we can fetch data after this date. So firstly, I'll say const today, and it's gonna be new date, and const day of the week is gonna be today.getDay. It basically returns us the number representation of the date. For example, today is Thursday, the week starts from Sunday, so it's gonna be the item 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I say get day, this is gonna be 4. Let's see. I'm gonna comment this out and here open my admin page and use my container here. In this case, we don't need this anymore. I will open my terminal and as you can see, it's 4. So using this number, we can reach the previous Monday. So I will say const days since Monday. And I will say if day of the week equals 0, which is Sunday, the number will be 6 because 6th day before the Sunday will be Monday. But if it's not Sunday, if it's Tuesday, for example, the day of week will be 0, 1, 2, 2 minus 1 will be Monday, or 3 minus 2 will be Monday, or 4 minus 3 will be Monday. So I will say if it's not Sunday, I can directly use day of week minus 1, and it's gonna give me the days since Monday. So using this value, we can reach the last Monday. So I will say const last Monday. Let's create a new date. We can pass here today. And I will say last Monday, set a new date, today.getDate minus days since Monday. Right now I can use it here. I will say where the date will be greater than the last Monday. And I will say select. We are just gonna need the date and present. But remember, in any case, we are gonna need all these items. So even if we are on the Thursday, we are gonna see the Friday data and it's gonna be 0. So basically, we are gonna create 5 items for each day here. Let's create and you are gonna understand better. Firstly, I will say console log data. Of course, it's empty right now because I'm recording this video a couple days after when I used the seed. Let's use it again. Firstly, I'm gonna be using npx prisma db push and force reset. And after npx prisma db seed. Let's refresh the page. And right now, we have some items here that includes the date and present. I cannot use directly group by date because each date is different. Even if they are the same day, hour, minute or second will be different. So instead, let's create here our attendance map. And for each weekday, we are gonna use the data item which has the same day. Let me create const days of the week. So we are going to be using exactly the same names, the short names of the weekdays. And I will say const attendance map. It's going to be an object and basically it's going to be exactly the same data here. But instead of this name here, I will use them just like that. Present, for now it's going to be 0. Absent. And for the others, and for each item inside our data, we are going to update our map. So let's say data, actually, I'll say response data. Because we are going to update it here, I will say for each, we are going to get the date of the item, const item date. I'll say new date, pass here item.date. Again, I'm going to be using this day of week. And I will write my condition. If day of week bigger than 1, which is Monday, and smaller than 5, which is Friday. Actually, let's say equal because Monday is the day number 1. And in this condition, we are sure that we are in the day weeks from Monday to Friday. And using this object, I'm going to update my items. But there is something important here. the Monday is the item 0, but here the Monday is item 1. So I will say const day name, days of week, day of week -1. So today is Thursday, which means the number 4. If I say -1, we are gonna reach exactly the same name because 0, 1, 2, and 3. So let's update our map. I will say if item.present attendance map, the day name dot present will be plus equal 1. So we are going to increase this number, and otherwise we are going to increase the absent. Of course, there's a warning here that because we don't have any type, let's come here. I'll say the key will be a string and the value will be present number, absent number. Okay, let's see it right now. Just like that. As you can see, we don't have from Monday to Wednesday because we are using this sheet, but once we start creating our own data, we are going to have all of them, so it will not look weird. Because in this case, we are going to have only Thursday here, but anyway, it works. So let's transform our map, because remember, it should be name, the day name, present and absent, but here, the name of the day is here. So I will say const data, days of the week dot map. I'll get each day, of course, not day, days. The name will be the day. Present will be attendance map, day dot present. And here is gonna be absent. Of course, let's return them just like that and pass our data here. So let's remove this right now and change this data name. Just like that. Okay, right now we can take care of this event list. And again, we are gonna fetch data, but our component is a client component because we can change our date. In this case, we can use a container. Let's close them. Open our component here. And I'm gonna create one more calendar container. I'll say async. We are gonna fetch our data here and pass this to event calendar. Let's copy here and paste, and this one. But actually, we are gonna need one more component because here we also have the event list, and whenever we change the date of this calendar, we are gonna list different events. So basically, we are gonna have a container, and inside we will have this client component and this server component. And when we change the data here, we can update our URL, and inside this list component, we can take date and fetch our data. So inside components, I'm gonna create event list. And I'm gonna use it here. And here is gonna be event calendar. Let's import this image. And inside this component, we will not have these lists. I'm gonna copy this and remove, and we are gonna return the calendar component. That comes from React Calendar. We don't need this anymore. and these data. And I'm gonna paste my list here. Of course, we don't have events, but we are gonna fetch. It can stay like that for now. And whenever we change our date, we are gonna update the URL. Remember how we are doing that? I'll say const router. That comes from use router hook. And I will create here a use effect. And whenever our date changes, that includes our date, we are going to update our URL using the router. So let's say push. The date will be the value. In this case, we are going to need here router. Actually, we can add here the type condition. So I will say value instance of a date. Okay, let's use this onChange here and the value. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna click here and the date is here. Of course, it looks a little bit ugly. If you want to, you can just do it like the month and the year. But anyway, it can stay like that. Basically, using this date, we are gonna fetch different events. So let's use it here. I will say date param. To get this, remember, we are using search params. And that includes the keys, which are strings, and the values are string or undefined. In our case, we are gonna need this date. I'm gonna get the date from search params and use it here. Let's open our component and get this as a prop, date param. It's gonna be a string or undefined. So let's get the date, const date. If there's a date param, I'm gonna transform this into a date because here is gonna be a string. I will paste it here. And if it doesn't exist, we are gonna get the today's date. And using this date, we can fetch our data, const data, await Prisma, event table. I'll say find many. And I will write here my condition. If you remember, it includes the start time and it's going to be greater than the beginning of this date and less than the end of this date. To do that, we are going to be using new date and we are going to change the hours and it's going to be the beginning of the date. And one more, and this time it's going to be less than new date, set hours, but this time the end of the day. Let's say 999. And right now we can map through our data here. We don't have to wrap this anymore. Just like that. Event ID, title, here is description, but there is something wrong here. We are going to be using start time, but we are going to get only hours, not the complete date. Remember how we are doing this? I'll say to local time string, you can write here any location. The hour will be 2-digit. The minute will be the same. And hour 12 will be false. So we are going to see only hour and minute. And there is something wrong here because it should be async. We are fetching data. And I will save here. Okay, let's open our admin page. And this time I'm going to change my container and pass here the search params. Just like that. Because remember, we can reach the search params only on the pages, not components. And since this is a page, we have to get these params here and pass it to our component. Let's see. All these events are here. If I click here, there will be no events. Because in our studio, all events belong to today because of the seed. Okay, it works. And finally, let's take care of the announcements. We don't need any container. We are not using client side. Let's open our component. I will say async const data await prisma.announcement. I'll say find many. But we are gonna need here a condition because we can see all the general announcements, and also if we are the student, parent or teacher, we should see all the announcements belong to us. To do that, again, we are gonna need our role and user ID. I'll say const user ID and session claims. That comes from clerk auth, and I'm gonna get the role. Remember how we are doing this. Session claims dot metadata, and it includes a role that is a string. Let's get that role just like that. And for each user type, I'm gonna add different conditions. So let's say role conditions. If it's an admin, we will not have any condition. We can see all the announcements. If it's a teacher, let's remember our schema. As you can see, each announcement can include a class. Of course, it's optional. If you don't have any class, that means it's a general announcement. So I can write here a condition. I will say where or, and the first condition will be the class ID doesn't exist. And if there's a class ID, we are gonna use our conditions. So I will say role conditions and our user role. Let's write our first condition. We are gonna check the class and its lessons. And it's gonna include our teacher ID. So I will say user ID. Two more. If it says student, this time we are gonna check the class students, and it's gonna include our ID. Of course, we are sure that it exists. And if it's a parent, again, we are gonna check the students. And here is gonna be parent ID. Okay, let's write our type here to prevent this error. Type of role conditions or empty object. And in our application, we can see here 3 announcements. If you want to, you can see all of them, but let's take 3 of them. So I will say take 3 items and order by, the date will be descending. So we are going to see the latest announcements. So using this data, you can map through each item here. But if you remember, we gave here different colors. And since we have only 3 items, let's use them like that. Data, the first item, and the title. I will copy this. Here is going to be description. second item. And the third one, which is item number 2. What about those dates? I'm gonna format them. Remember how we are doing this. Format, I'm gonna add here the data dot date. Here is gonna be 0, 1, and 2. Let's see. And there's a problem here. Okay, there is no data, I think. By the way, we have to write a condition. If it exists, we don't have any. It's because of this admin condition, I think, because here is going to be an empty object. Actually, let's remove this. And I will copy this. And I will use spread and my condition here. If role doesn't equal admin, use these conditions. So if we are an admin, we are not going to have any condition, but if we are going to destructure this object. Just like that. Okay, so we finished our admin page. Let's take care of the teacher page. I'm going to sign out and teacher. And as you can see, there is no announcement here because they don't belong any of our classes. Let's add here a general announcement. And let's copy this date, paste here. We are not going to have any class ID. I'm going to save, refresh the page, and as you can see, it's here. Okay. If you want to, you can add here the event container, but it can stay like that. Let's take care of our schedule. I'm gonna come here, close everything, open my teacher page. And right now, instead of this big calendar, again, I'm gonna create a container because it can be the teacher's calendar or the student's calendar. For each user type, we are going to fetch different data. So I will say big calendar container. I will say async. And let's call this container here. Remember, it includes the lessons, and in our schema, each lesson has a teacher ID, so we can use it directly. But if it's the student, we can use this student class ID. So basically, we are going to get 2 types. Let's open our big calendar container. And I will say type. And it can be either teacher ID or the class ID. And in any case, we are going to need the ID. And it's going to be a string or number. Because if it's the teacher ID, it's going to be string. If it's the class ID, it's going to be number. So let's fetch our data here. Const data await Prisma dot lesson find many. And I'm gonna write my condition here, and I will say if the type is teacher ID will be ID, If it's not, the class ID will be ID. Of course, it's going to be number, and here is going to be string. So we can call our calendar component here, big calendar, and pass our data. Let's get this as a prop. But if you remember, let's check our temporary data. We are passing here the title, start and end dates. So we should pass exactly the same structure here. So instead of sending this data directly, let's format this first. So I will say const data response.map for each lesson insight. We are going to return the title, which is lesson name, start, which is the start time, and end time. Okay. In this case, it's going to be an object array, which includes the title, start, it's going to be a date, and end. Right now I can use it here. Okay, let's come here and get our user ID. User ID that comes from auth. And the type will be teacher ID, and the ID will be this user ID. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, let's see. It's not here because in our studio and lessons, as you can see, all these teachers' IDs are different. So let's change this one. Firstly, I'm gonna need my user ID. Remember, we did this before, but since we used the seed file again, we have to do it from scratch. I'm gonna copy. Let's open teachers. This is gonna be our teacher ID. Let's actually change the others so we can see the schedule in the student page also. And finally, the parent. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the page, and as you can see, our lessons are here. Of course, the starting times and ending times are exactly the same. That's why we see them together here. But when we add our lessons, of course, we are gonna give different dates or hours. But anyway, it works. But there is something important here. Inside the lessons, the start time is today. That means if we check this page next week, we are not gonna see them here because the date will be different. To prevent this, before sending the data to our big calendar, we should change this date first. Hours and the day of the week will be the same, but we are gonna change the day and the month. So even if we visit in the future, we are gonna see exactly the same lessons in exactly the same place, but the date will be different. To do that, firstly, I'm gonna find the current week from Monday to Friday and apply all the previous lessons inside those dates. But if we visit page on Saturday or Sunday, the current week should be the next week. I know these date things are a little bit complicated, but let me show you how to do that. Firstly, I'm gonna create here a new file. Actually, we have utils here. We can make the calculation. Let's get the current work week. Work week. I'll say const today. New date. And again, I'm gonna get the day of the week. Remember how to do that. today.getDay. And let's try to find the start of the week. Start of week. For now, I'll say today. And right now, I'm gonna update it. So I will say if today is Sunday, which means day of week equals 0. The start of the week will be next Monday. That means the next day. So I will say start of week dot set date, today's date plus 1. So I can do the same thing for the Saturday. If the number is 6, in this case I'm gonna add 2. So again we are gonna get the next Monday, and I'll say else start of week dot set date, today's date minus day of week minus 1. So in this case, if we are on the Monday, the day of week will be 1, 1 minus 1 will be 0. So we are not gonna change the date. It's gonna be still Monday. If we are on Tuesday, here is gonna be 2, 2 minus 1 will be 1. Tuesday minus 1 will be Monday again. So in any case, we are gonna find the Monday. And also I'm gonna set the hour just like that. And using this Monday, we can also find the Friday. Const end of week, new date, let's say start of week. We are gonna add 4 more days. Get date plus 4. So this is gonna be Friday. And again, I can set hour, but this time it's gonna be the end of the day. Okay, I'm writing them in a long way because I want you to understand. Of course, you can make it shorter, but I'm trying to do this step by step. And right now we have the start of the week and end of the week. Let's return them. Just like that. And right now I'm gonna create a new function. Let's say export const adjust schedule to current week. So we are gonna get the lessons, which includes the title, start date, and the end date. And of course, it's gonna be an array, and the output of this function will be exactly the same. But this time we are just gonna change the date. Firstly, I'm gonna get the start of the week and end of the week, current work week, and I'm gonna return my lessons, but I'm gonna make some changes for each item inside. I'll say lesson. Firstly, I'm gonna find the lesson day of week, lesson dot start date and get day. So in this case, here is Thursday, so it's gonna be 4 here. And I'm gonna find the difference between Monday, const days from Monday, and I will say if the lesson of week equals 0, the difference will be 6. If it's not, lesson day of week minus 1. Remember, we did this before. And right now I'm gonna change the dates. Let's say adjust start date. For now it's gonna be a new date. Let's pass here start of week, and I'm gonna change its date. Let's get the date, and I will say plus days from Monday. So let's calculate again. Lesson of the week. It's on Thursday, that means it's 4. days from Monday will be 4 minus 1, which is 3. And I'm gonna add this number to start of the week, which is Monday plus 3. Again, it's gonna be Thursday. So in any case, we are gonna see our lessons. I can do the same thing for the end date. So let's create one more. And this is gonna be end date. And I'm gonna pass this here. So they are gonna be exactly the same date, but I'm gonna change the hours. This is the start date, this is the end date. So I will say adjust end date. Actually, let's say adjust. And I'm just gonna set hours. Lesson.end. And I'm gonna get the hours. So we are not gonna change anything. I can do the same thing for the minute and second. And that's all. Right now we can return our new date. Title, lesson.title. Start will be adjust start date. And here is going to be end. Let's add here a comma, and that's all. So let's use it in our component. I will say const schedule, adjust schedule to current week, and I'm gonna pass here my data. Let's import. And let's use it here. Okay, there's an error because we are using Clerk server here, but our application is a client application. So instead of doing this here, let's do it in our calendar container. I'm gonna take this back. I will delete here. And perfect. But it includes the entire day. It should start from 2 p.m. That's because we didn't adjust our start date here. Here is going to be start hours, just like that. Okay, it works. By the way, we don't need this end of week. Let's directly return it like that. Okay, I'm gonna refresh my page. They are still here. So if we are the student, let's sign out. Student. And right now, we are gonna pass our class ID. Let's open the student page. It's the student list. Here is the student page. And I'm gonna call big calendar container and pass here my class name. So I will say async. I will get my user ID first from Clark. And using this ID, I'm gonna fetch my class name. Prisma class. Of course, I should change this name. We cannot use class. I'll say class item. Find unique. And students. Some will be user ID. Of course, it should be find many. And it's going to return an array. Let's see. Okay, it's a promise because I forgot await here. Okay, as you can see, it's an array we are going to take the first item and its ID. So I will say type class ID, and the ID will be class item dot ID. Okay, I'm gonna close this terminal and this menu. Let's see. And perfect. And again, all these lessons are in exactly the same date, but anyway, it works. If you want to, you can change your seat. For each lesson, you can give different hours. Each lesson has exactly the same start time and end time. This is why we see them together. But anyway, so we finished our home pages. We finished our list pages. Right now, let's take care of the forms. As a student, we cannot create, update, or delete anything. So I'm gonna sign out and log in as admin. Firstly, I'm gonna start with the subject because it's easier. By the way, our buttons are not here. Let's close everything, open up subjects. Let me check this role. As you can see, it comes from library data. It should come from utils. I think we forgot this page. Okay, they are here. And actually, I don't have to say admin because only admins can see this page. But anyway, it can stay. Right now, when I click on this button, we are gonna see this form. And of course, we are using exactly the same form that we use for the teacher. Let's scroll down. As you can see, it's teacher, it's gonna be subject. But if you remember, inside the form model, we just have the student and the teacher forms. Let's open our menu and forms. As you can see, we have only two. So let's create one more. I will say subject form. And whenever we call subject here, we are going to import the subject form. Let's move this here. Of course, we are going to need the request type, create and update. And again, I want to warn you, if you didn't watch the previous video, here can be a little bit complicated for you because we created a bunch of nested components. And inside this form, we just handle the deleting operation. But when it comes to create or update, we are going to be using different forms. And also, we are using these lazy loadings. Otherwise, it's going to load all of these forms. To prevent this, we are going to import them only when we need them. I can delete here. I'm going to add a comma. And of course, we don't have the type and data. Let's remember our teacher form. I will open up the teacher form. As you can see, type can be create or update. And if we are updating, we need to get the previous data so we can show them inside the inputs. So let's get exactly the same thing here. Just like that. So we are not going to have any warning. Okay, we have the lazy loading. By the way, for the list pages, you can show here a loading indicator first. So during the data fetching, instead of showing the blank page, blank white page, you can show a skeleton or a spinner or whatever it might be. To do that, inside the list, I'm going to create a new file and it's going to be loading.tsx. Let's just say loading. And I'm going to center this. Flex, item center, justify center. Of course, you can show here different things, but for now, it can stay like that. Let's open another page. As you can see, it was loading. Okay, this is how it works. So right now, let's create our subject form. I'm gonna close this menu, and let's open up the teacher form. And if you remember, in our forms, we are using React Hook form and Zod for the validation, and we are creating our schema here. And after this schema and inputs, we will create our form, and we are going to be using React Hook form on submit event, and it's going to validate our inputs and send us this data. And since we learned them in the previous tutorial, I'm not going to explain it again. If you didn't watch the previous video, at least just watch this part. I'm not going to repeat again. Actually, copy everything here and paste. I'm going to change the name. It's going to be subject form. And I'm going to create my type here. Actually, instead of doing this here, let's cut this and create a new file inside the library. And I will say form validation schemas. I'm gonna paste, let's say subject schema. I'm gonna import Zod, and I'm gonna paste it here, and it's gonna be subject schema, but with the capital letter. Okay, let's open our schema, Prisma schema, and let's see what we have. Inside the subject, as you can see, we have the name, and also when we create any subject, we'll be able to choose the existing teachers. Actually, let's do without this first. We are just going to have the name input. It's going to be really easy. After understanding how it works, we are going to fetch the teachers and add them as inputs. I'm going to change here. We'll just have the name. I will not give maximum, let's say minimum 1, and subject name is required. And that's all. Let's export them and use inside our form. We don't need this anymore. I'm gonna paste my subject schema here and import, and Zod schema here. If you want to, you can change the names. You can say subject inputs, but I prefer using them like that. And let's change this title. It's gonna be create a new subject. But remember, the type can be update also. So let's write here a condition. I'll say if type equals create, we are gonna write here create a new subject. If not, let's say update the subject. And inside, we are just gonna have one input. Let's delete here all these items. And this is gonna be subject name. Here is gonna be name and name. Let's see, I'm gonna click, and as you can see, our form is here. Let's try. I'm gonna click. As you can see, subject name is required because minimum 1. And if I say test and create, there is no warning. Let's open our terminal. Click here, and as you can see, name is test. Right now, we can send it to our server and save it inside the database using Prisma. To do that, we are going to be using Next.js server actions. So let's come back. Inside the library, I'm going to create a new file, server actions, or directly let's say actions. To use server actions, you should add here the use server directive. So everything inside this file will be running on the server. And we will do all the data mutations inside this file. It can be create, update, and delete requests. So let's create our first action. I'll say export const create subject. It's going to be an async function. And we are going to get the data, which is a form data. And let's say console log data in the server or server action. Let's open our terminal and let's use this action inside our form. But of course, we are using React hook form here. So I'm going to call my action just like that. Let's import. In this case, instead of form data, we should get our subject schema, because after the validation, it's going to send this validated data. So let's come back and I will say subject schema. I will save. Let's create again. And as you can see, it's here. Of course, it's an object, and this is how it looks in the server terminal. But if I say data.name, we can see it here. This is how server actions work. Right now, we can get this name and add it to our database. So I will say try catch. I will say console log, and let's say await Prisma subject table and create method, and inside we are going to pass our new data, and it's going to be data.name. As you can see, thanks to validation, we don't have to validate them again and again, and we don't have any TypeScript error because we're sure that our name exists here. Okay, and after adding this new item, we can revalidate our path. So it's going to return the fresh data. I will say revalidate path that comes from next cache. And I'm going to write the path name, which is list subjects. Let's see. I will say first subject. I will create. And as you can see, it added here one more page. Let's see. I'm going to open and it's here. Let's create one more. I will create and it's immediately here. But if we have any problem, let's write here subjects. Let's write something and create. And as you can see, we don't have any answer. And even if it's successful, we don't know that it's successful or not. But how we are going to keep track of our form state? It's really easy. Let's take this back, open our form, close this menu. And right now we are going to be using use form state hook. If you check the official documentation of Next.js, in the server actions section, you are going to see this use form state hook section. After React 19, it's going to be use action state, but since we are using Next.js 14, we are going to be using use form state. Actually, let me write here. After React 19, it will be use action state. But for now, we are going to be using use form state hook. Let me import. It comes from React DOM. Here. By the way, we don't need this image. And let me explain how it works. We have a form here, and whenever we click on this sign up button, it's gonna call this action. Before use form state, we were calling our form action directly, remember? But in this case, instead of calling this action directly, we are gonna call this form action. And we are gonna pass our actual action here, which is create subject. And inside this form state, you can store any state you want. It can be a number, string, whatever you want to return. Let's say we want to return 2 items, success, which is false at the beginning, and error state, and again, false at the beginning. So whenever we run our form action, it's gonna call our create subject action. We are gonna add this subject to database. If there's an error, we are gonna change our state, like success is gonna be false, but error will be true. I will say return. But if everything is okay, if it's successful, the success will be true and the error will be false. And to use this state inside our action, we have to define this here. So I will say current state, and it's gonna be success, boolean, and error. Actually, let's create our type here. Just like that. And I'm gonna use it here. Okay. Right now, if there is any error, we can show it somewhere here. And also, you don't have to write success and error boolean. You can also send the message, whatever you want. I'm just showing you how to use server actions. I'm gonna save, and I'll say if state dot error, create here a span, and let's say something went wrong. As I said, you can store your error message and show it here. Let's give a class name. It's gonna be red, just like that. And let's make this mistake again. I'm gonna try to add something and create, and as you can see, something went wrong. And if it's successful, we can show here a notification. To do that, we are gonna be using a library called React Toastify. As you can see, we can show all these colorful notifications. Let's install. I will open my terminal, npm install React Toastify. And after that, we are gonna need this container. And whenever we call this function, it's gonna show our notification. Of course, you can change the position. Let's copy this, close here, open our layout. And after this children, I'm gonna add my container. I'm not using inside this form because it's gonna be global. We will be able to use it in any page or component. By the way, let's import this CSS. Just like that. And I'm gonna change the position. I want to see it on the bottom right. As you can see, there are many options here. You can also change the theme. By default, it's white. I'm gonna change it to dark. And right now we can use it. I'm gonna close here. And inside my subject form, I'm gonna create a use effect here. Use effect. And I will say, whenever state changes, fire this use effect. And if the state.success, call the toast function and write here your message. And remember, again, we have 2 types. For each type, we are gonna return different text. So I will say subject has been, and I'm gonna write my condition here. If type equals create, here is gonna be created. If not, updated. Just like that. Let's see. Right now, I'm gonna remove this mistake. Open my subject form here. test and create. Okay, it's not here because if you are using revalidate and trying to return anything, it gives this weird reaction. Let's comment this out. Test again. I'll create, and as you can see, it's here. If you check the documentation, you are going to see that there is a problem with the client-side cache, but they say it will be updated in the future. So to prevent this bug, instead of revalidate path, let's use router hook and refresh our path manually. So I will say const router, use router hook. That comes from next navigation. Don't use router. And if it's successful, I will say router.refresh. We can also close this model if it's successful. As you can see, by the way, our subject is here. And if it's successful, I'm going to close this model. If you remember, inside the form model, we have this open state, and we can change the state using this button, but also I want to change it after the successful action. To do that, let's pass this to our form. Just like that. And let's write it here. Let's see its type. As you can see, dispatch set state action and boolean. Let's copy this and paste here. I will import them. That comes from React. And this is also. And let's use this here. Of course, it's at the beginning here. And let's change the order here. Okay. Of course, there's a warning because it's not in our form. I will add it here. Again, this type. Just like that. And if it's successful, I will say set open will be false. Let's see again. Last one. I will create and perfect. This is how it works. So what about the update? When I click on this button, as you can see, our previous text is here because inside our input field, we are using data.name. Right now, when I click on this button, we are going to call a different action. Let's come here and create one more. It's going to be update subject. In this case, we are going to be using the update method. I will write my condition. The ID will be data.id. But if you remember, in our validation, we don't have the ID. Let's add. If it's the update mode, we are going to be using this ID, which is a number, and it's going to be optional. But if you are using a primitive type, except for string, I highly recommend you use here parse. Because when you parse this object, it's gonna return a string. To prevent this, we are using this field here. Okay, so I will come back. As you can see, there is no error anymore. Again, it's gonna be successful. If there is an error, here is gonna be true. Let's try. I will say updated. And perfect. And finally, I'm going to create one more action. And it's going to be delete subject. In this case, Prisma subject delete, and we are going to pass our ID here. Let's remove this, and let's remember our form model. Here, if the type is delete, we are using this form. Right now, let's do exactly the same thing here. I'll say const state, form action, use form state hook. We are going to call delete subject and the initial state. Success false, error false. And again, if it's successful, we are going to be using React Router and use effect. And let's say subject has been deleted. Of course, this action will be dynamic. If it's teacher, it's going to be delete teacher. If it's student, delete student. So let's create here our delete action map. I'm going to use it here. And if it's subject, we are going to call delete subject. And let's write for the others. Okay, for each table, we are going to return different delete action, but we have only one, so they can stay like that for now. So I will come here and I will say delete action map and the table name here. So for subject, it's going to call this function. So let's call it here. And let's add our input here. It can be a text or a number, because for the users it's going to be a string, and for the others it's going to be number. Let's give the name ID, and value will be the ID, and I will say hidden. So we are not going to see this input. And since it can be text or number, let's say const ID data dot get ID as string. Of course, it's not going to be subject schema anymore. It's going to be form data. And I will say parse integer and the ID. Let's see. I will click here and delete, and perfect. It's gone. But what about other data? As you can see, we have the teachers field. So when I click on this button, we should also be able to choose teachers. There will be maximum 20 teachers, so we can show them here. If you have more items like students, parents, I don't recommend you to fetch them. But in this situation, for teachers, we are gonna fetch and show here. And since it's a client component, let's create a container. So I will come here, open my menu, and I will say form container. We are gonna get exactly the same types, because right now, instead of form model, we are going to be using form container. Let's take them. Just like that. Actually, we are using exactly the same type. So let's export. I will say export type, form container props. And I'm gonna paste it here. Let's use it. And here. And right now I'm gonna call my form model. I'm gonna pass everything here. But also we are gonna fetch here the related data and pass here. For example, for the subject, we are gonna fetch all the teachers. By the way, there is something wrong here because I didn't save. Okay, let's fetch all the teachers and pass it to our model. So I will say async. And firstly, I'll create related data. It's gonna be empty. And for each table, we are gonna have different related data. And if the type is delete, we don't have to fetch anything. So let's say if type doesn't equal delete, I'm gonna be using switch case, get the table. And if it's subject, we are gonna fetch the teachers. Prisma, teacher, find mini. And we are just gonna need the teacher ID, the teacher name, and surname. Let's update our data. I will say teachers will be subject teachers. So let's pass this here, just like that, and get our related data here. Just like that. In this case, I'm gonna extend this type. Related data will be any, because we don't know which tables we are gonna fetch. Okay, let's pass this to our forms. Just like that. And I'm gonna get them here. And let's paste them here. Let's open our form. It's here. And update our types. Just like that. Let's update our subject type. I will open form validation schema. And I'm gonna add here teachers. It's gonna be an array which includes strings, because we are gonna add here our teacher IDs. So let's come here and add here one more input, but it's gonna be select. By the way, we don't have our ID here. Of course, we didn't add this here. Okay, there is no error. We have warnings here because in the teacher and student form, we don't have those types. We are gonna update them. Let's click here. If I update, nothing is happening because in our action, we don't have the ID. So let's create one more here. And I will say if there is a data, because that means we are in the update mode. In this case, here is gonna be ID. Just like that. Actually, it can be hidden. Let's update our type. Hidden will be Boolean. And if it's hidden, I'm gonna change my class name. I will say if it's hidden, it's gonna be class name hidden, which means display none. If it's not, it's gonna be Flexbox. And let's say optional, so we don't have to pass. Let's move this here. And save here. Okay, if I say 2, okay, it's still not updated because we didn't use this action name in our form. I will come here and I will write a condition. I will say if type equals create, call this function, if not, update subject function. Let's also add our teachers. After this data, we are going to be using select. Let's remember from the teacher form. If you remember, we were adding our selects like this. Let's copy this and paste. I'm going to change the title, teachers, select element, and we can choose multiple teachers. I'm going to change these names. And we are going to be using this related data, which includes our teachers. Let's actually destructure this. And for each teacher, we are going to return an option. Let's write our type here. It includes ID, name, and surname. Let's use the name and surname here. Teacher.name space teacher.surname. And the value will be teacher ID. And also we are going to need here our unique key, teacher.id. And let's use it in our action. Firstly, when we create a new subject, we are going to pass here teachers. And I will say connect data.teachers. Remember, it includes our teacher IDs. And for each teacher ID, the ID will be teacher ID. Let's open our schema again. Inside subject, we have the teachers, and inside this array, we are going to add every single teacher using this ID. And when it comes to updating, I will say teachers, but this time I will say set, because if I choose a different teacher here, it's going to delete the previous ones and set a new one here. So I will say data teachers map for each ID. The ID will be teacher ID. Let's see. I'm going to update here. Choose this teacher and this one and update. And they are here. Okay, awesome. Let's create a new one. I'm going to choose this one, create, and perfect. I can also delete. Okay. This is how we are using server actions and updating our data. So let's do the same thing for the class. Let's see first. As you can see, each class has a name, capacity, and also we can fetch all the teachers again and pass here the teacher ID and all the grades and pass here the grade ID. And for the update, again, we are going to need this ID. So let's create our schema. I'll say class schema. It's going to be an ID, again, name, capacity. It's going to be a number. Let's change this message. 2 more. I'm going to delete this. Here is going to be grade ID, and here is going to be supervisor ID. Here is going to be number, here is going to be string, because it's a user. Let's say optional, but grade will be required. As you can see, it's optional, but this is required. Okay. Let's create our actions. Here is going to be create class. We are going to get the class schema. We are going to create a new class. Let's remove here for now. Update class. Again, I'm going to remove this and delete class. We are going to get the form data and delete this class. We are not going to use here, but let's change. For the future, you can use them. Okay, so let's open our class list and change our form models. Instead, we are going to be using form container. Let me close this menu, open our form container, and I'm going to add one more case here, and it's going to be class. If it's class, we are going to need class grades. We are going to get the ID and level. And also, we are going to need the teachers. Let's say class teachers. Name and surname. Let's pass them here. Teachers will be class teachers. And the grades will be class grades. Okay. Let's open our model and create one more item here. By the way, let's comment them out for now. I will say class form. Of course, we don't have yet. Let's create. I will open my menu inside forms. Let's copy this and paste again. I'm going to change the name. Class form. And change this component name. Okay, right now I can use it here. Let's import. We'll pass all this data, and also I'm going to add here my delete action, and it's going to be delete class, just like that. Okay. I'm going to import class form, because remember, we shouldn't import this. We are using lazy loading. And that's all I think. Let's come here. Everything is going to be the same. I'm going to change here. Create class. Update class. Of course, there is an error here that because we are not collecting all our data, here is going to be class name. Let's update here. And I'll create one more. Here is going to be capacity. There's a problem because we didn't import our type. Here is going to be class schema and the Zod schema, just like that. And I will say supervisor. This time it's not going to be multiple. Each class can have only one supervisor. Let's say supervisor ID, and here let's get the data from the related data. Remember, we pass here teachers and grades. For each teacher, again, we are going to be using the name and surname, and one more. And this is going to be the grade. Grade ID, grades, for each grade, ID will be number, and the level will be a number. Let's pass here our grade and its key, and we are going to be using the grade level here. Let's update here, and let's see. I'm going to open my class list, click here, and as you can see, all our items are here. You can choose any grade, any teacher here, let's say 20, I will say 4B. I will create, and there's something wrong here. Because here is supervisor ID. Let's try it again. Grade 3. I'm gonna create. Something went wrong. Let's open our action. Oh, because we didn't pass any data, let's pass our data directly. We are not gonna have any additional information. I will save, create, and it's here. Okay. What about delete? Let's see. We get the ID and delete the class. It's a number. Let's see. I'm gonna click, and perfect. Right now we can update our class. The ID will be data ID, and I will pass my data again. But inside this form, I'm gonna also add selected. So I will say selected if there is data and grade ID equals data.grade ID. I will do the same thing for the teacher. Here, in this case, teacher ID will be data.supervisor ID. So right now, let's create an item. Teacher 6, grade 2, I'm gonna create, and if I try to update, you are gonna see that teacher 6 and grade 2 is still here. Let's update. And perfect. So after creating a single form, the others are easier. You are gonna do exactly the same thing. You are gonna create your schema, your actions. You'll change your list component. So let's do one more and you are gonna understand better. Let's take care of the teachers, for example. As you can see, we have the subjects. So we can send this data as a related data. So when we create a new teacher, we can show the subject list. So we can choose any of them. Okay. Firstly, I'm going to open up teacher form, close this menu. Let's cut this and paste here. We are going to need the ID for updating the teacher. But it's going to be optional because when we create, we don't need that. We will have the username, password, name, surname. Let's change them. And email is gonna be optional. But since we are using a validation here, it's not gonna work. To prevent this, I'll say or z.literal and empty string. That basically means it can be an empty string. If it's not, it has to be a correct email. Here is gonna be optional. Here is gonna be the same. We'll have the blood type, birthday, but remember, if you are using number, boolean or date, you should use here chars. Let's make them capital. And image is also optional. Let's open our schema. As you can see, it's optional. And also, I'm gonna remove this instance of file because we are gonna be using Cloudinary widget. And when we upload our image, it's gonna directly return us the image URL, which is a string. And I will say optional. It can be empty. And finally, let's add here our subjects. It will be an array which includes strings. And again, it's going to be optional. And basically, inside this array, we are going to store our subject IDs. Let's change this name. Teacher schema. I'm going to pass this here. And let's change this name. Just like that. Of course, I'm going to export them. Let's take care of our actions. Create teacher. It's going to be teacher schema. Update teacher. Let's change here. After we are gonna take care of this data because we should also add our subjects, but it can stay like that for now. And delete teacher. From data and delete this teacher. Okay. Right now, let's open our teachers list, and after I'm gonna update my form. Teachers. I'm gonna select those form models. And they are gonna be form container. Teacher create. And teacher delete. We don't have the update because we already have the single teacher page. I'm gonna save and open this container. And one more case here, and it's gonna be teacher. If it's a teacher, we are gonna fetch our subjects. Teacher subjects, await Prisma subject, find mini. We are gonna need this ID and the subject name. We don't need anything else. Let's say subjects, teacher subjects. Okay, so let's open our model right now. If you remember, we commented this out. Let's open again. We already imported this here. And let's change our type. We are going to add this related data. Teacher form. And also I will say set open. Dispatch, set state action, and its type, Boolean. Let's change here. It's going to be teacher schema and teacher dot schema. And let's see here, it's not saved. And again, I forgot to add this here. The order is different. Okay. So right now we are going to do exactly the same thing. We will create our use form state hook. And if it's successful, we are going to refresh the page. Let's copy this and paste here. I'm going to import use form state. If it's create, we are going to call create teacher action. If it's not, update teacher action. I'm going to call this use radar hook, use effects, and toast. And let's say teacher has been created or updated. Let's write here a condition. If type is create a new teacher. If not, update the teacher. Remember, inside related data, we have the subjects. We are going to have the username, email, password. Here is going to be name. Here is going to be surname, phone, address, blood type, birthday, and I'm going to add here one more select. And it's going to be subjects. That means we can choose multiple items. Let's change here. And I'm going to get my subjects array. For each subject, we are going to return an option. Of course, it will be subject and its type, which includes the ID and the name. And let's wrap this just like that. And the value will be subject ID. And here is going to be the name. Also, we need a unique key. Again, ID. I'm going to save. Let's close here. The others. And in the actions, I'm going to add this function here. And let's see. Okay, there is something wrong with the list page. Because I'm importing twice. Let's remove this. And all these subjects are here. We can choose multiple one. If I say create, we will see all these required fields. By the way, it shouldn't be required. Image is optional, but in our form, as you can see, we are using this image component. But I'm gonna remove this because we are gonna be using Cloudinary Next.js widget. Let's open the documentation and install this library. After that, inside the env file, we are going to add our cloud name. If you open your dashboard, you are going to see here your cloud name. You can change here. So let's open the env file, close this terminal, and next public Cloudinary cloud name will be llama-dev. And also we are going to add here our API key. Let's create one more. And this is going to be API key. Okay. So let's see how to use it. I'm going to open up the upload widget. And we are going to import this widget and use it just like that. And inside you can give any button or any HTML element. So again, I'm going to be using exactly the same thing here. So it can stay for now. I'm going to paste it. Import. And let's take this label and paste it here. If you want to, you can change here. It can be a div. Because there is no input, I can delete here. And right now, I don't need this. Let's see. I'm gonna click. And our widget is here. When I click on this widget, nothing is happening because we didn't pass here our upload preset. Let's come back. And on the dashboard, I'm gonna open up upload presets. As you can see, those are our previous applications. I will just say school. And you can add here any folder name. So when you upload any image, they are gonna be stored in this folder. I will save and let's use it here. And also, as you can see, we are not using this function. When we click on this button, we should open our widget. So I will say on click, open this widget. Okay, right now it's gonna open. Let's see, and perfect. We can choose any image, but after the successful uploading, we should return our image URL. Let's see what's inside. And it returns the result. And let's see what's inside. Let's open our console and try to upload. And as you can see, our image is here and inside the info. And this is our image URL. So we can use it. To do that, I'm going to store my image inside a store. So let's come here and say image set image. Use state hook and its type will be any. And whenever our upload is successful, we are going to set our image. Result.info. And also after uploading, we can close our widget. To do that, I'm going to take result and also widget. And I'm going to close it here. Let's see. I will click, upload this image, and it's gone. If you want to, you can show your image here. Just create an image tag and use your image URL. But it can stay like that. Right now, I'm going to open my actions. And firstly, I'm going to create a user on the Clerk server. And after that, we are going to get our user ID and send it to our database. To do that, we can use the same block. I'll say const user await Clerk client that comes from Clerk Next.js server. And I will say users and create user function. And inside we can pass our username, which is data.username. We can pass the password, first name, and last name. But in our database, it's name and surname. By the way, this N should be capital. And after creating this user, we can send it to Prisma. So inside the data, the user ID will be user.id. I will write my other fields, data.username, name, surname, email, phone, address, image, blood type, sex, birthday, and finally subjects. But remember, we are storing the subject IDs inside this array. So I will say subjects, connect, and for each item inside this array, we are gonna return the ID and the subject ID. By the way, here is gonna be a string. In this case, we should transform this to an integer. So I will say parse int and subject ID. By the way, there is something wrong here. Of course, these items can be undefined. So I will say null. Okay. Let's open our schema. It's actually required. And let's open our Zod schema. And here is going to be not optional. Right now there is something wrong here because it doesn't exist in our schema, as you can see. Let's add. I'll say birthday. And it's going to be a date time. I will do the same thing for the students, just like that. In this case, I will update my seed. You don't have to do that because when you open my GitHub repository, you are gonna see the updated version. But for now, I'll say student will be 10 years old and teachers will be 30 years old. Just like that. Of course, there is a warning because we didn't apply the changes. Remember how we are doing this. npx prisma migrate dev. I will say yes. Add birthday. And it's ready. Let's see right now. Okay, I'm gonna save. Let's see our users here. We have only 4 users. I will say user, any password here, doesn't matter. John Doe. I'll add the address. Blood type, birthday, let's say 3 days ago. I'm gonna create, and there's something wrong here. Let's check. As you can see, the value should be capital. And let's write here our error. Let's remember how we were doing this. Subject form. And if there's a state error, we are going to show it here. Just like that. Okay. We'll call create teacher, but our image is here. We are not using that. So I will say add everything inside the data. Additionally, if there's an image, use its secure URL. Let's try. Let's say Jane. Any password here. Jane Doe. I'll give address, blood type, birthday, any subject here, and let's upload an image. I will create, and there is a problem. Let's open our terminal. There is something wrong with birthday. It looks okay. Inside the validation, we have our birthday here. Maybe it's a caching problem. Let's remove .next.js and start our application again. I will refresh this page. And let's try to create again. And it's successful. Our teacher is here. It was a caching problem. What about update? We can see this single teacher page, and I'm gonna add here the update button. I remember we did this, but let's open our single teacher page. I will close this terminal and menu. Okay, we didn't even fetch the single teacher. To do that, we are going to be using this param. So I will say param. Of course, it's going to be an async function. Let's write our type. Of course, it's going to be params, not param. And that includes our ID, which is a string. We can use this ID because inside the app directory, our dynamic route is ID. It has to be the same. And after getting our user ID, let's fetch this single teacher. I'll say const teacher await prisma.teacher. I'll say find unique because we are going to fetch only one teacher. And I will say where the ID will be our params ID. Of course, I can write here my type. By the way, let's get this ID. And of course, it can be also null. And I will say, if there is no teacher, return not found. That comes from next navigation. So we are going to see here the not found page. And if we have the teacher, we can use it here. Firstly, I will say teacher.image, and if it doesn't exist, use no avatar PNG. Here is going to be the name and surname. Here is our form model. By the way, if we are an admin, we can update this teacher. But of course, here is going to be form container. And instead of this data, I can send teacher. And also, we are going to be using our user role, not this temporary data. Let's remove here and here. And I'm going to import role from library and utils. We don't have any description. It can stay like that. I'll say teacher.blood type. Here is going to be the birthday. Remember how we are using our dates. Let me just copy and paste. Here is going to be the email. And if it doesn't exist, it's going to be just dash. because remember, it's optional. And here is also phone or dash. And for the teacher, we are not going to have any attendance. It's specific for the students, but I don't know what we can put here. It can stay like that for now. And here we have some counts. This is going to be the subjects, lessons, and class numbers. So let's fetch them also. So I will say include count, and we are going to select subjects, lessons, and classes. In this case, I can change my type. It's going to be teacher. And also we are going to add here the count, which includes subjects, lessons, and classes. Okay, let's use them here. Here is going to be teacher.count.subjects. Here is going to be lessons and classes. Okay, there is something wrong with this role. I think it was not a good idea to use this inside utils. We have a problem all the time, but it's a server component. We shouldn't have any problem. Let's copy this. We don't need this user ID. I'm gonna comment this out. Oh, we don't have any problem right now. We don't need this user ID. Okay, we have all the information here. There is no lesson or class. We created just one branch with this username. And when I click here, you can see that all our information is here. But there is no birthday. Let's open our teacher form. Find the birthday. As you can see, the default value is birthday, but I should transform this, otherwise it's not going to be visible here. And as you can see, it's here. Because in original one, there are also hours, minutes, and seconds, but we need only the month, the day, and the year. This is why we are transforming. And when we update the teacher, we don't have to update the password. So I will say optional. And using this ID, we can update the teacher. Let's see if our ID is here or not. Okay, we didn't add. Remember how we are doing this. If there is a data, that means we are in the update mode, so we can show our ID here. Of course, it's going to be hidden. We are not going to see that. Just like that. And after, we can update our teacher. So we are going to do exactly the same thing here. So I will say Clark client users and update user. And we have to pass here which user we want to update, and it's going to be data.id. By the way, we can write here a condition. If there is no data ID, we are going to return the error. I will add a comma. And I will say teacher update. We are going to pass here our condition, which is data.id. And we don't need this. Let's save and see. I'll say task2. I'm going to change the name, last name. Let's add one more subject. I'm going to update. Okay, it still asks for password. That's because we added here the minimum character. So what I can do, I can use exactly the same thing. It can be empty. And in my action, I'll add here a condition. I'll say if data.password is not empty, the password will be data.password. Let's see right now. I'm gonna update. Something went wrong. Okay, it still asks for the password because I didn't add this optional. And also, I didn't do exactly the same thing for the clerk. And as you can see, our user is updated. We have two branches. We actually updated the username. Let's update this first name and last name. Let's add one subject. And perfect. But we have three branches. That's because instead of setting new subjects and deleting the previous ones, we used connect. So I will say set. Right now, if I add only one subject, as you can see, it updates. Okay. What about deleting our teacher? As you can see, it uses parse int. It's going to be directly string. Let's try. I'm going to click and delete, and it's gone. Okay. This is how we are adding, updating, and deleting teachers. Let's do the same thing for the students, and you are going to understand better. Firstly, I'm going to fetch data for the single student. It's going to be similar. We are going to take the params, fetch our student. Let's copy here and open up the student page. I'm going to paste it here. And the type will be student. And additionally, we are going to need our class. And inside the class, we have the lessons. Let's import this. And instead of count, we are going to directly add the class. I'm going to import Prisma. Here is going to be student. And I will say include class. If there is no student, we are going to return not found. We are not using count here, that's because they all are related to class. If we fetch only class, we can reach the grade and the lessons. Let's add our information here. Student.image or no avatar. Here is going to be name, surname. Blood type. Here is going to be the birthday. Again, I'm going to copy paste my date here. Email or empty. Phone or empty. And let's update them. I'm going to get the first character of the class name. student.class.name char at 0. Here is gonna be student class. Oh, we don't have lessons here. Let's change here. It's gonna be the name. So we have to get the lessons count. To do that, I'll say include count. Lessons will be true. So let's add this here. In this case, it's gonna be class and also count, which includes lessons. Of course, here is gonna be select. Okay, right now we can use our count here. Just like that. By the way, oh, I removed this return by mistake. Perfect. What about this attendance? We can also fetch this inside this page, but we are already using nested query here. If you want to, let's create a new component, and also I can show you how to use suspense. So after loading the student information, we can show here the loading indicator, and after fetching, it's gonna show this percentage here. So let's come here. Inside the components, I'll say student attendance card. We are gonna fetch our data here, and let's use this component here. I'm gonna be using suspense block, paste my component here, and when it's loading, we are gonna be showing this text. Again, you can show here something different. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. And also I'm gonna need the student ID. The ID will be student.id. Let's take this as a prop. It's gonna be a string. So I will say attendance await Prisma dot attendance find mini. Let's import this, and inside I'll write my condition, and the student ID will be our student ID. And also we are not gonna fetch all the attendance. The date should be greater than the last year. To do that, let's use new date, get full year, and the last year. And after that, we are just gonna need the percentage. So let's say const total days is gonna be the attendance length. And I'm gonna find the present days, the days the student has been present. So I will say attendance filter. For each day, we are gonna return the days if they are present, and I'm gonna take the length. And finally, I can find my percentage. Present days divided by total days multiplied by 100. Let's use it here. As you can see, it's 100%. And also let's update our schedule. If you remember, we have the big calendar container, And we have to pass here either the teacher ID or class ID. Since we have the class ID, let's say type class ID, and the class ID will be student.class.id. I can do the same thing for the teacher page. Single teacher page. And this time it's gonna be the teacher ID. By the way, let's import. And the ID will be teacher.id. Okay, our lessons are here. So what about students page? Again, I'm gonna change my form model. They are gonna be form container. After we will add our actions and create our form. It will be exactly the same thing. So let's open our students page. By the way, I want to remove this. I decided that I'm not gonna use it. It gives error. Instead, let's comment this out and paste it here. Okay. And here is gonna be form container, student delete, and student create. And we have to be an admin. Okay, let's create our actions quickly. I will just copy here. And let's paste. Delete student. Update and create. Let's create our schema. I will duplicate this. It's going to be student schema. I will pass it here and change my input type just like that. Again, we are going to have the ID, username, password, name, surname, all these data. But also, when we add a new student, we can get the grade ID, class ID, and the parent ID. So I'm gonna remove here, and it's gonna be grade ID. It's gonna be a number, let's say minimum 1. And if it doesn't exist, we are gonna return this message. Grade is required. Let's do the others. Here is gonna be a string. Parent is required, but we are not gonna fetch every single parent and show it on our form. Instead, we are gonna directly pass our parent ID. Otherwise, the calculation will be expensive. If we have thousands of parents, we shouldn't be able to see them on our form. But we can fetch the grade and class because we are going to have just, I don't know, 10 or 20 classes. And maximum 6 grades. I'm going to save and let's use them here. Firstly, we are going to create a clerk client. But before, I want to check my class capacity. If there's a space, we can create this student. Otherwise, we have to pass a different class. So let's say const class item await prisma.class. I'll say find unique. And the ID should be the data.classID that comes from our form. Let's actually move this inside the try. And also it should include the student's number, because if the capacity is 10 and if there are 8 students inside this class, that means we have 2 more space. So we should calculate it. So I'll say include count, and I'm gonna select students. Let's write our condition here. I'll say if there's a data item and its capacity equals data item count and students, that means we don't have any space anymore, so we can return our error. Just like that. And if we have a space, we can add our user, and here is going to be new student, and instead of subjects we are going to have the grade ID, class ID, and the parent ID. And for the update, it's going to be exactly the same. Let's copy them and paste here. Of course, we didn't add our schema, student schema. And finally, we can delete our student. And one more thing here, we should also delete the student from the Clerk server. So I will say await Clerk client users, delete user, and I'm gonna pass here my ID. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for the teacher. I forgot that. Firstly, we are gonna delete from the Clerk and after our database. Okay, so let's open our form container. I'm gonna add one more case here. If it's the student, we are gonna add the grades and classes. Grades, we'll get the ID and level. Of course, grade, not grades. And also, we are going to fetch the classes. And also we are going to need the student number because we are going to show the empty space. So let's say include count, select, and students. Let's pass them here. Classes will be student classes. And grades will be student grades. Okay, let's open our form model. Change here, delete student. We already have our form here. Let's get this back. Also, we are going to need the related data. Just like this, and I'm gonna move this here. Let's open our form. Actually, let's take everything from the teacher form, so it's gonna be easier. I will copy and paste here. I'm just gonna change the component name, student form. Let's see our model. As you can see, there is no error anymore. And by the way, when we delete our items, here is going to be the table name. And let's see what we are going to have. I'm going to close this menu. I'm going to pass my schema, student schema, and student Zot schema. Again, we are going to need the image. If it's create, we are going to call create student. If not, update student. Why it's not coming? I didn't use export. Somehow. Okay, I'm gonna save and let's import. Let's change here. Student has been created or updated. I'm gonna change here. We'll have username, email, password, name, surname, phone, address, blood type, birthday. We are gonna have the hidden ID, sex, and instead of subjects, we are gonna show the grades. We can select only one grade, so I'm gonna remove here. I'll say grade ID. And let's destructure our classes and grades. And use them here. For each grade, that includes ID and level. We are going to show the level. And here is going to be grade ID. And let's do the same thing for the classes. Let's actually say grade because we are going to choose only one. And here is going to be class ID. We are going to map through classes. And for each class, that by the way includes ID, name, capacity, and count. And inside we have the students. And I can use them here. And we are going to show class.name. Of course, I should change this name. We cannot use class. And also, we can show here the capacity and empty space. So let's say class item, count students. And also, let's show the total number, class item and capacity. And let's say capacity. And I'm going to give here a space, just like that. We are going to have the upload widget. And that's all I think. Let's see, I'm going to click. As you can see, classes and their capacities. By the way, I can move this here. It looks a little bit ugly. I will cut this. And let's paste it at the beginning. Okay, it looks much better, but we don't have here the parent ID. I'll create one more field. It's going to be parent ID. As I said, if you want to, you can fetch all the parents, but it's not ideal. It's going to be a string, so I can delete here. Okay, let's see our studio. And I'm going to choose parents. Let's get the first one. I'll say test, any password here. Blood type, birthday. If you want to, you can give here a limit. Let's choose any class and grade. I'm gonna create. Let's see. And it's here. What about update? Of course, there is no attendance. Let's open up our attendance card. And I will say if it doesn't exist, right here, dash. As you can see, the class is 2A, which has 5 lessons that we can see them here. And again, when I click on this button, by the way, we don't have the button. Let's create. I'll open up the teacher page. Copy this, open my student page. And after the name, I'm gonna paste. Let's import. It's gonna be student, update, and student. Okay, it's here because we have a div here that contains this h1 tag and our button. Okay, when I click, as you can see, the user is here. I'll say test2, update. Okay, we already have this username, I think. And perfect. Let's update again. As you can see, the username is here. What about delete? Let's come back. Delete this user. And it's gone. This is what we want. And that's all, guys. I think you can do the other forms. I don't want to do exactly the same thing again and again. But we can do one more thing here. If you remember, as a teacher, we can add exams, assignments, and results. Let's log out and log in as a teacher. Let's open the exams. And right now, when we create an exam, the lesson ID of that exam should be our teacher's lesson. Because in our schema, as you can see, it has a lesson ID, but we cannot add here some other teacher's lesson ID. It has to be ours. Let's open up the exams page and change here. Form container, exam update delete, and create. Okay, let's open up and add our case, exam, and we are gonna have a condition here. If we are the admin, we can add any lesson we want, but if we are the teacher, the lessons should be our lessons. So let's add here our role first. Remember how we are doing this. And let's say exam lessons, Prisma, lesson, and where condition. Let's remove this, by the way. And I'll say if the role equals teacher, the teacher ID of that lesson will be our user ID. If it's not, it means it's the admin, so we don't have any condition. And I will say select. We are just gonna need the ID and the name. Of course, we are sure that our user ID exists. And let's say lessons is going to be exam lessons. Let's remove this. Open our form model, import our form. Of course, it doesn't exist. Let's create. I'm gonna copy my subject form and paste, let's say, exam form. I'm gonna change the component name. Right now I can import. And also let's update here. Firstly, I will open my actions. Let's close this menu. I will copy here. Actually, it's too long. Let's copy from create, update, and delete subject. Just like that. And I'm gonna paste it here. Delete exam, update exam, and create exam. We are gonna update them later, but for now, let's say delete exam, and let's use this form here. If it's exam, it's gonna be exam form. And right now we can update our form. Of course, we are gonna need our types first. Let's open up form validation. Again, I'm gonna copy here and paste. We are gonna have the ID. Here is gonna be the exam title. Let's, by the way, say exam schema. And we are gonna have a start time. It's gonna be a date. If it doesn't exist, let's say start time is required. And one more is gonna be end time. And one more, and it's gonna be our lesson ID. It will be a number. Lesson is required. Okay, let's use this in our form. I can close here and others. It's gonna be exam schema, and here when we create, it's gonna use create exam. If it's update, update exam. Exam has been created or updated. Create a new exam. Update the exam. And let's change our inputs. We'll have the title. And we'll have the dates. Start date is going to be start time field. And the type will be, I'm not going to say date because we should also get the hours and minutes. So it's going to be date, time, and local. Here is going to be end time. And finally, we will be able to choose lesson. It's going to be a single select. We are going to get the lessons. Here is going to be lesson ID, and I'm going to update them. And we are going to be using lessons array. And for each lesson, we have the ID, which is a number, and the name. Let's remove this. And that's all. Right now, we can update our actions. Here is going to be exam schema. And here can stay as form data. We are going to delete the exam, but we have to be sure that this exam belongs to us. So again, I'm going to get my user ID and role. And I will write here one more condition, and I will say if the role equals teacher, the lesson and its teacher ID will be our user ID. If it's not, it's going to be empty. And we are sure that it exists. In this case, we are not able to delete any other teacher's exams. This is how you can protect your request. And again, when we create a new exam, firstly, we are going to check if the lesson belongs to us or not. If it doesn't, we are going to return an error. Teacher lesson await prisma.lesson. I'll say find first, where the teacher ID will be the user ID. And also the ID will be data.lesson ID. So right now we are sure that this lesson belongs to us. In this case, we can create a new exam. But before, let's write our condition. If it doesn't exist, we are going to return an error. So I will say Prisma exam create. The title will be data title. Here is going to be start time, end time, and lesson ID. Let's remove this. And again, when we update, we will do exactly the same thing. Of course, we are going to do this if the role equals teacher. Let's do the same thing here. Because if we are an admin, we don't need that. We are not going to run this block. I will say update, where the ID will be data.id. Okay. Let's try. I'm going to click here. Test. As you can see, we can choose any date and hour. Just like that. But our lessons are not here because in our schema, as you can see, we don't have our user ID because I used my seat again and it removed my user ID. Let's add quickly. I'm going to change here. Refresh my page. By the way, as you can see, this is our existing exam. let's say math test, any date here. And those are our lessons. Let's choose this one and create, and it's here. And when I click here and delete, it's gone. This is how you can protect your requests using roles. I just wanted to show you. So you can do exactly the same thing for the assignments and results. And I'm not gonna do the same thing again and again. That's enough, I think. If you understood what we do here, it will be easier to create the others. It's gonna be exactly the same. Instead of exam ID, we are gonna be using assignment ID. And for events and announcements, we are just gonna have title and class. Just fetch the class data and put it inside your form. That's all. And that's all, I think. We finished our project. So right now we can deploy our application. To do that, we need to make some changes in our application. Otherwise, you are gonna get an error when you build your application. Firstly, I moved my role and user ID to inside my component, because when you define them outside the server component, you are gonna get this error. Let me build my application. npm run build. And as you can see, auth function only supported in AppRouter. Of course, this file is inside the AppRouter, but you should define them in the server component, not the outside. So I'm gonna move this here. And since we are using our role inside the column and row, I moved them inside the component also. Just do the same thing for other list components. For your form container, again, it should be inside your container. And I realized I didn't add here the router dependency. Just add this. And for the other forms, again, I forgot to add this router and type. Just add them. Those are just minor mistakes, nothing important. And I realized that I didn't fetch the data in the parent page. Firstly, we are going to get the parent ID, and we are going to fetch all the students of that parent. And using this list, we are going to show different big calendar components for each child. And remember, it can be either a teacher ID or class ID. Since we are using this for a student, it's going to be a class ID, and we are going to pass here the student. Actually, it should be student.classID. That's all. Let's build again. And there is no problem anymore. Right now, I can push my application to a GitHub repository, but before, I'm gonna add here my Docker configuration, because when we deploy our application, we should also run our database server. Remember, we are running this Postgres server on the local host. We are gonna do the same thing on the virtual machine, and also we are gonna deploy our Next.js application as we did for this Postgres container. To do that, inside the root folder, I'm gonna create a file, and it's gonna be Docker file. And I'm gonna create one more, and it's gonna be Docker compose. You can give here any version. I'll say 3.8, and I'm gonna write here my services. In our application, we are gonna have two services. The first one will be our database, and the second one will be our Next.js application. So I'm gonna write Postgres, the image name, Postgres 15. As you can see, we are running Postgres latest, which is 15. And let's write the container name. I'll say Postgres DB, and we can write here our environment variables. Remember, when we created our Postgres server, we added our database name, database username, and password. I'm gonna add them here also. Let me just copy and paste. Just like that. Of course, you can change the names, but it can stay like that. And I'm gonna give my port number. Remember, it's running on those numbers. Just like that. If you want to, you can add volumes. I will just copy and paste. By the way, you can find everything in the GitHub repository. You don't have to memorize anything. I'm gonna give here a space. And after that, I can create my second service. This was Postgres, and this is gonna be our Next.js application. Let's say app. I'm gonna give the container name. Let's say Next.js app. The port numbers. Remember, it runs on 3000. I'm gonna pass here the environment, and let's pass our database URL. It's gonna be just like this string, but it should be exactly the same name here. Let's change them. Username, password, and the database name. You can write here whatever you want. And also you can add your other variables, but it can stay like that. And I will say depends on our Postgres service. Because if we don't have the database, we cannot run our application. Let's save here. And inside the Docker file, we are gonna write our steps. Let me actually copy and paste here, and let me explain. Firstly, when we run Docker, it's gonna use Node.js 18. You can change the version, but it's the stable one. And we are saying here, our application works on the app directory, uses package.json, and using this package.json, it's gonna install our dependencies. It's just like running your application on the local server. Remember, we are using npm install and after npm run dev. But this time, we are gonna build our application because we are deploying. But before that, we are gonna run npx prisma generate. So it's gonna deploy our Prisma schema. And our application is gonna run on this server. This is how we are gonna run our Docker container. So let's add it to our GitHub repository. I'll say git init. I'm gonna add everything, but make sure that your env file is inside the git ignore file. As you can see, I'm gonna add everything. Let's commit. It's gonna be on the main branch. I'm gonna add my GitHub repository here, git remote add origin and your repository. And I'm gonna push everything inside this repo. Git push origin main. Oops, push. Okay, right now we can connect to our VPS and clone our project. To do that, I'm gonna open up the Hostinger panel. If you remember, we set up our hosting, and right now we are gonna reach it using this IP address. But before, we should add here our SSH key. So I will come here, add SSH. I'll say llama dev, and here we should generate our SSH key. I'm gonna run this command. It's gonna create my SSH key, and using this command, we are gonna copy that key. And I will pass it here, just like that. As you can see, it's here. I'm gonna add. It's gonna take a while, and after that, we'll be able to connect to our server. Let's clear here. And it's ready. As you can see, we are going to connect to our VPS server using this command. Just like that. I'll say yes. And as you can see, we are connected. I will clear. Let's see what we have. And right now I'm going to create my folder. Let's say app. Let's open. And inside, I'm going to clone my project. Git clone the GitHub repository. And I will say dot. As you can see, everything is here. And also I'm going to add my .env variables. So I'll say nano.env. Let's come here, copy everything and paste. And it's ready. And right now we can run our containers. I'll say docker compose up and build. It's gonna take a while. And it's ready. I'm gonna copy our address. And remember, our application is running on this port number. And as you can see, our application is here. Let's log in. And our homepage is here. We are an admin, but we don't have any data. Let's try to add. I'm gonna add a new subject. I'll say test. And as you can see, it's here. Let's try to update. Perfect. And delete. Okay, it works. So you can add your items, or if you want to, you can use the seed file. And let's also add a teacher. Jane Doe, and a password here, name, surname. We can add an address, blood type. Let's give a date. And as you can see, our subject is here. I can select and let's create. It's here. Okay, it works. And that's all. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow LlamaDev's social media accounts. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.